ガン見してんの？カードよりこっちの方に気を取られちゃって
Took
る
a second to
感
get that
じ？
thing up and running. I was technically waiting on it to say, hey, you can start streaming now. Good thing as usual. So, alrighty. So, hello everyone. Is this all just story? Yeah, so our last stream for this, it was pretty much just a gigantic grind fest. And I've got everything, Jesus. Oh boy. I don't know how that skin, apparently there was a bunch of small little post-it notes that I probably shouldn't have, gathered the clue on first. Because apparently there was stuff I was supposed to read, but there was a lot of like, there's 8 pages of like little grinding minigame or quests I had to do to get this completely finished. And we got it done for the most part. It's just, it took the entirety of that stream just to get it done. And yeah, so today's gonna be focusing on, I think, a lot of this info. I'm told this is not what I should be looking at, for the sake of a lot of things. I'm also told the story was relatively short, so I don't know what else to think about a lot of this. So if we get this done relatively quickly, I might just do some, either, not TV, maybe some more adventures with the Mutsuki at home. So I guess it wouldn't be bad to read through all of these notes to kind of get a familiarity with all the stuff here. And then we can go through all the characters, potentially have to worry about monetization with some of the skins that we're gonna see. Oh god, I'm gonna be honest. If this one doesn't get taken down because someone does something again, I will be amazed. Or the Franklin one. Or the Washington one. Like, man, you guys remember when they had the nursing skins like what 4 or 5 years ago for Aurora Noctis? Yeah, that's a different. That was a very different time, wasn't it? Oh, when it was. That was the height of COVID, I think, actually. Your office table was empty, Commander. Yes, intentionally left empty. What are you gonna do, blow it up? The actually cute ones. Well, I mean, I think the I don't know how to say her name. I still can't say her name. The this one actually isn't that bad. I can't actually, well, no, I can. It's called, I need to go to the character itself. She is Northern Parliament. I think she's the DD, right? Like, this one ain't that bad. But it's a battle pass skin. Which kind of makes me a little bit sad, because it's like the ones that are relatively tame and might actually be pretty nice are getting resorted to battle pass skins. Because like, one of my favorites, I think, from the battle pass are actually the Eagle Union travel ones. Like the Enterprise one, the Yorktown one, this Yorktown one. Like this one was adorable. Where's Colorado? I can't. Like this one. I think this one was battle pass, I think. Like this one was cute. But it's a bummer that they're getting resorted to battle passes, but I think I know why. I think a lot of people here know why. I can't exactly fault them for it, but it's still kind of sad. How far did we get in the story? We didn't even touch it, Detlin. We did not even touch it. We got to the introductory scene, and then I just told myself I was going to spend the entire day grinding. So, that's what today's going to be mostly focused on. Lexington O-Skin win. How about when the whole thing around Lexington gets fixed? Like, Saratoga isn't just looking at her through like a stasis tube or whatever it is that she's in. She's actually able to talk to her and actually enjoy time with her. So it's like, when that happens, maybe I don't know, maybe we'll see her a paper retrofit or something. I don't know. I hope that she does get something, because she is a major plot point in the Eagle side of things. Well, I shouldn't say major. She's a minor, like a subplot. Whoa, bro! What did you do with that first word? Don't mind, I'll just be lurking in the corner waiting for the next siren to make an appearance. I don't know if we're gonna have another. I mean, it's gonna be just the what is it? This is gonna be Arbiters at that point, though. So yeah, I feel like that would be the case for Lexington at least. But yeah, actually, there's a lot. Didn't Z46 get one too in the Ironblood? Like a Pied Piper thing? Yeah, this. But this one, I like this one too. It just makes me a little bit sad seeing them battle past. But it'd probably still be cheaper than the actual skin, but I mean, is that really something I want to really point out? I don't know. Hey, Pandemonium. Not to be seen as an event like a Magi CV. It could be. It could be. It was a free one. Oh, that one was free? Okay, I don't remember what the Battle Pass ones were, though. It's been some of these have been a while, so I don't exactly remember which one was Battle Pass and which one wasn't. Some of them I know I've definitely gotten over time. Actually, what are the Battle Pass ones that I have? I usually equip the ones that are Battle Pass that I like, which has pretty much been most of them, save for the one I didn't get, which I still don't have that one. Was it Kiev's? Or is this a different one? No, that's what this is. That's something else. I actually don't know what the skins are then. Kitakaze Battle Pass. Do I have that one? I think I do, actually. That one? Here's a nice one. Feels like a through line. She gets referenced each EU story recently. She'll still have to be fixed in some way, right? Yeah, I mean that's the hope. Is they eventually find a way to get her, you know, healed up or at least revived in a way. It was still a really touching moment for the Saratoga Lexington bit for Indiana's event. So wasn't necessarily that bad. All right, so. I think. Oh, you know what? Hang on. We gotta do. Hang on. We got one thing I gotta. Hang on. This is important. I swear. Okay, we did it. A boop has been successful. I'm just gonna use a blue book. No, I was just wondering why you did that. That's all. For Santa's birthday, you didn't try to kill Jet. Wait, what did I do? I did nothing of the sort. Maybe. Possibly. I absolutely, definitely, maybe, totally did not absolutely do it. You can trust me, right? What New Jersey Mexican did you pick? Oh, wait, what? Oh, is that one of their posts? Hang on, what were they again? I don't even remember what they were. I don't know if I liked them though. Oh, here's the post. Okay, definitely not 4. Definitely not 4. 2 kind of gives me Neon Genesis Evangelion. Like, theme. Like it actually kind of reminds me of it just because like the suit is like all white out, which is fine. I don't know if I should show these because I feel like if I look at the 4th one, that's just gonna be instant in trouble. I don't know. I think I think number 2 is my favorite. For those that don't know what that, I can at least show this one. I think this one's okay because it has like the Neon Genesis Evangelion feel to it because of like how this suit is. And of course it's still got the little bits that make New Jersey, the little ears. I don't know about the jacket. But I think this one's fine. I like style too. Some of those were like Borderlands. Well, okay. Yeah. 4 is definitely in that category. 4 is definitely a no. So, that's definitely not one I would want. Link to the post. I will put that. Let me see. Yeah, put it in chat here. There. That is the post on Twitter for those that have Twitter. If you, or I guess X, whichever one you want to call it, doesn't matter to me. But that is the post. I think the 4th one I definitely would say no to. I have a feeling that one probably might win, and I'm kind of sad. But I think 2 is like a nice twist between like tipping a hat towards a specific series that kind of relates to, and then also it's New Jersey style a little bit. So like I kind of like that one the most. If I had to choose a second, at that point probably, oh god. See, I don't like 4. 1 kind of feels out of place. Because it feels like she's like some antagonist or something, like some Demon King. Which probably would be more fitting for the, that RPG event that they did was it last year? I think it was last year, or the year before. That would be more fitting for that event than whatever this mech one. The 3rd one is okay, but I can't say I'm a huge fan of it. So I don't really know if I don't know what my second would be, actually. I guess if I had to really pick, it probably would just be 3 on technicality. Because it's actually more, it feels more in theme. But yeah, I think 4th is very last for me. So I think that figures out the rest. You like 3 the best, in my opinion. Okay. Yeah, if one feels like an Ironblood character or a like it wasn't it? Hang on. Isn't that it's Ganaizenal, right? Ganaizenal had a that's not her class. Ganaizenal had a theme like that, didn't she? Where are you? Yeah, it's like well, kinda. It kind of reminds me of the horns. There's the skull. There's a little skull piece on like her torso. I think there's 2 pieces. No, that's a web. So it like plays more into that. You could pull the chat. But yeah, we'll go great in option 1. You think so? I can see it, I guess. Or another character would be the one that was, the one that played that role last time. Wherever she is, I forgot her name. I know I have her though. I can remember where she is. Given... Wait, am I in the wrong class? Hold up. Is she a CA? Did I miss up? Oh yeah, CA. Yeah, Devonshire I could see also. Because, like, Devonshire's already filled the role. She's already filled that role. Oh dear. Why she gotta look all cute like this, chat? Why she gotta look all cute like this? Why she be like this? But no, YouTube is ringing right now. Yeah. It's gonna be a bit rough. Anyway, I'm a little bit, some Mogador skin. We don't talk about it. I mean, it's on character. I can at least give her that. Like, if it's... There's skins that I don't like because they don't fit the character, but Mogador is an exception to this because it's on brand. It's a bit over the top, like the last one, but I'm gonna be real. It's on brand. So, yeah. This event skin though is definitely I don't know. I'm legit worried that whatever's gonna happen to what happened to the last time is going to happen again. And what's gonna make me more concerned is if Google or Apple or both, even worse, get a bit more harsh about it, because one, you made a mistake, you might have gone a little too far. The second time, they might be starting to think you're doing, it's kind of like, you know, like a YouTube strike or anything of that nature, where it's like the first time, it's a genuine mistake, it happens, you know, sometimes you don't necessarily know where your limits are, and that's just, you know, one little slap on the wrist. The second time, they're like, okay, what are you doing? I think it's happened, I don't know. Yeah, but we also have to look at other, you know, it doesn't have to be during the event, is what I mean. Did you get bonked? Wait, what happened? Did I get in trouble? Hold up. Did YouTube not like that? No? Everything seems fine. I would have gotten a warning or something if I had an issue. What happened was our girl was trying to make us live out our fantasy. Yeah, I mean, it's more of I'm a little bit concerned with, like, I'll put it this way. It's very clear. It is very clear the direction they're going with their skins and the market that they're trying to capture. Obviously, I'm not a part of that. But what concerns me is they go full send on that particular group of audience to, you know, to obviously fund their game and other things. But then they hit this point where, you know, like what happened the last time where the 5 skins got removed from the store permanently. I don't know if they're going to come back. They might not. But if this keeps happening over and over and over again, you know, eventually the app stores are going to start to look at them and say, yeah, you're doing this more than once. We have to have a tighter leash on you. And then it might get to a point where they release those types of skins on like day 2 of the event, they have to take them off. That's what I'm worried about, because that's going to affect their like funding bottom line. They won't be able to, because those skins are probably going to make bank. I mean, what's the phrase? Sex sells, right? So it's like, if they can't sell the skins because they're getting removed, it hurts. That's where it's a concern. Maybe this will accelerate the PC. I don't honestly, I'm gonna be real here too. I don't think PC client is gonna get bumped up anytime soon. Why? Because I think a lot of the developers for this game they don't have the resources for it. Because right now their focus is on the new game, Azur Lane. They could probably work on it, but they don't probably have the resources and dev time that they need to put on their main game. The new one that's coming out within, I don't know, next year or so, whenever they decide to release it. But that's where I'm like, I don't know their manpower to create these things. But the bigger concern is just, you know, I don't think they're, like, maybe they're working on it right now, maybe they're not. What is the new game? Azur Lane. It's made by the same people that made this game. I don't know if you guys know much about it. Alright, hang on, let me see. Did they have their website? I need to turn the music off because I don't want this to get flagged or anything. music off. Whoa. Do they say who makes it? They don't say who makes it. Dang it. Hang on, let me see. It's developed by Manju specifically, it looks like. I don't know if Yongxi is involved. Let me see if there's anything. It looks like they have other games on their mind too. Apparently there's a claim that they're making 3 games at the same time. That does not sound like a very good idea. But the bottom line is they're probably their core dev team is probably focused elsewhere instead of AL. Maybe there is the possibility that they'll make a PC client. I don't know. It's giving nothing. Yeah, it has nothing. From what I've been told, isn't it? I think I've heard people saying it was something like akin to like a 3D or like a gacha version of like what is it called? Power World or something of that. Or at least that's what it seems to look like. I don't know. Hard to say. But you know, this goes back to the same idea where it's like I want to believe that they're probably more focused on, you know, their dev work on these new release games that they're hoping to work on, or to get out as soon as they can. I don't know how accurate that statement is, but I would probably say that that's where a majority of their manpower is. Genshin Power World, that sounds right. So I don't know if this is if they're going to be able to support a PC version of the game, because that would definitely solve the problem. They wouldn't have to worry about any type of that. The issue is they have to implement a lot of things, like they need to get the game running on their own, you know, on its own without having to use, you know, like a. Well, there's a lot of issues there. One, the game probably won't be able to play. I don't know if the game would be able to play mobile easily. It might end up being like a PC-only thing at that point. Which there's probably a lot of people that's going to already be an issue for, because if I remember, like SEA market is not very big on PC. If I were like, hang on, what's the? I would have to see. They don't really say which one.
どこガン見してんの？カードよりこっちの方に気を取られちゃってる感じ？
I'm not seeing any definitive answers immediately. I have to look into this more, but I'm more than certain mobile gaming dominates the like Southeast Asia markets over console gaming or PC gaming. I don't know what the percentages are, but I imagine if they went PC client, that's gonna hurt their audience in the SEA area. So I don't know what that's gonna do. Like there's so many other like second order effects that are gonna happen from that is gonna be rough. Granted, I think what they could also do with PC is one of the better things they could do, separate private quarters from the main game if you're gonna go PC client, and then leave it optional if people want to download this. I think that's something they should definitely do if they start going into like PC client. Because there are so many people I know that want nothing to do with the private quarters, mostly because it's just huge. But yeah. Isn't it already optional? Kinda is. You still have to download some of the core assets. So like, if I think if I go in here right now, yeah, see, I have to I think I have to download Anchorage's stuff. I have Noshiro available and downloaded already, but oh, I need to spend my energy. I probably should do that. I need to save these two for another time. But yeah, like you have to still, I think you have to still download. Oh, well. Whoa. I need to download 0. What? What? What am I downloading? Okay. Excuse me on that. But no, like, I believe every single time they add a new character, there is still a mandatory download that takes place anyway. And that could be a little bit rough. But yeah, like, so the video that I'm working on for like kind of talking about AL and like the direction it's going and everything, there's basically 2 parts I'm gonna have for it. One of them is gonna be a bit on the more harsh review side. The other one is gonna be, you know, I'm not a guy that, you know, wants to just say, oh yeah, this is a problem and this is still a problem. I want to potentially be like, hey, here's a solution. Here's what you could do. Here's some ideas that I could give you that might be able to help you figure something out. I'm not saying that these are the solutions. I'm just going to give ideas and brainstorm, because I don't want people to be, you know, it's one thing to point out issues. It's another to point out issues and also provide a possible way that you can go with it. So anyway, it is what it is. Can you also upload old event stuff and such and re-download them when you want to look at them again? I guess, but you have to also look at it from the point that that's a lot of things too, because it's like there's music that's used in other events. Like I think, for example, a lot of the Heart of Dawn's Rhyme and Full Scales soundtracks are used across multiple events. So I don't know how useful that's gonna be. Like, it's not gonna prune as much as I think you're thinking it might. You haven't finished the story of the event? No. That my first stream was literally grind the entire thing out. If they do give feedback on this, I definitely want to make sure I say, please don't do this kind of style of event again. Because I know a lot of people were not happy with how grindy this was. Especially since you had to, like, you know, you would do the same map 4 or 5 times, except different modifiers. I like the concept of the modifiers, but I don't know if this was the proper execution for it. We talk about how some of the character designs kind of hit home from other. Some of the character designs kind of hit home from another game, like the Italians look. Oh yeah, Giuseppe. Giuseppe looks like Toki. Yeah, I made that joke. I found Eve. This is by far the easiest. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're just gonna click a button and just let it go, then yeah, that's fine. But it's like you have to do, like, if you're not gonna read the story, it doesn't matter much. If you're just clicking on the thing and just going with it, it's fine. But if you're actually going through the story, it is a pain to do the whole thing. But yeah, this dude looked like Toki. Don't get me wrong though. They sometimes they do good on the designs, but it is kind of funny when they do look like if they do look like certain characters from other gachas. It is really funny to see that. But lots of sensei there. Wait, what? What did they do to Washington? Oh, I'm scared. What did they do to Washington? What did they do to my girl? I don't have her oath, but I do like her.
あんたを見るとつい笑っちまうんだ。こんな感じ初めてだ。それとさ、あんたがいじめられた時にどういう表情になるか見たくなってな。指揮官、表に出な。
Give this girl a skin. Well, I think you got that already, buddy. You can tell these are old. Oof. I don't I don't see anything. I mean, this is an old server, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's like an Amagi thing or not. I really do like Jubilant Smile. Actually, put that back on. But it's like, I actually really did like this one. Oh, Washington server specifically. Oh, okay, no problem, no problem. Weapons like that. That would be, like, I thought that was not a bad idea, actually. I liked that crafting concept that they had. But then again, that was more themed around the collab, which was actually, I liked that a lot. I think they've definitely had their good, like, integrations with a lot of with some of the previous events. I think they did good on the Alia Riser, for example. But, oh, hang on. Hold on. Hi, Mom. My mom's just like, how you doing? And I'm like, good, good. But yeah, I think one of the biggest W's that they can take on the events that recently is the fact that they've separated story from like the event maps. That's the best thing that I think they've done for anything event-wise. One, makes it easier for me to go through the entire story without having to play through the maps. It makes my streams a little bit shorter, which I actually do appreciate. And it also kind of makes it to where if people don't want to have to click skip every single time a cutscene pops up, which would probably be the case for like 40 or 45 instances of it, they can simply just do the event now and not have to worry about story, and then they can skip it all later and get the cubes, which is great. I think that's fantastic. I think it's nice that they went that route. But that also gives them a huge advantage of being able to modify the event structure. Instead of just making it, 6 stages that you have to clear, they can be a lot more creative with it. And they kind of did that a little bit here with like the different modifiers and stuff. But I think the problem was a lot of people didn't like this kind of style and making it kind of grindy. I don't know. Metatol, I love the change. What do you mean like the separation between the event and the story? Yeah, that I imagine a lot of people did. You're also making 2 videos, right? I'm making a lot actually. I might be having to keep an eye on how much I'm doing, but I think I'll be okay. There's a lot of things I've been wanting to work on, but it is what it is. Meanwhile, Girls Frontline stream. Bonjour, yeah. Well, to be fair though, I like Girls Frontline story has actually been pretty nice. I've been pretty happy with the story. I've been pretty happy with the events. I do play more manual, which is probably way different from a lot of people, but I feel like people that follow me for my stream content are probably more are aware that I do this. Bro is cooking Thanksgiving dinner. Bro, it ain't even November yet, and I'm already cooking. No, but yeah, like I think what I really want them to focus on is make each of the events more unique in terms of their gameplay mechanics. Now that they've separated the story from the actual event stages, if they could do that, that's already a step in the right direction, and I would be pretty happy with what they're doing. I hope this is their plan, but that's something that, like I said, I hope, I want to make sure that I mention that in the video that I'm going to make. Because it's a critique, but also feedback video. Too bad no one new will experience. Yeah, it kind of does suck. How's your fortune? Mine is at level. Which fortune? Also 3 out, yeah. Did you do dailies? Like, what, the dailies for this? I think I have. Yeah, I did my dailies today. I've been grinding this already throughout the day. Oh yeah, also, the elite curse is over. We got her. Oh, I used to do those after stream. The only downside is my cube stash still be hurting. So, I'm a little cooked there. We definitely be cooked. Two back-to-back events of getting my cube stash drained is not exactly great. So, all right, enough chat. Let's well, we can still chat, but we got 8 pages of stuff to read. Granted, these are only like 3 short paragraphs per section, so it's not very, very long. And I guess we will read through the kit. Jeez. I'm gonna go to Eagle, actually. At least I'm safe with Eagle. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. She's looking at me like she's about to destroy me or something. Do they still have, okay, no, so... Not every single one of the previous nurses are in here. I like how Akagi is in here, but I didn't think she would be, or health for, oh, right, that one. Story itself is not very long, really. Yeah, I imagine it's not, because this is like a little mini event. It's like a funny little investigation. So, if I remember correctly, from what I understand, people have been they've been going to this place, and people have been disappearing. If I remember the beginning of the story. Miller, I think, was the person that SOS'd to us, and now we're trying to check where she is, and we arrive here under the guise as, like, somebody who needs treatment. And we were greeted by, well, a majority of the staff that we've already seen. These nurses scare me. I mean, it's kind of where it's like, this I would see as like a nurse, and it actually isn't a bad skin. I don't really understand this one. This don't feel like nurse. Neither does this one. I'ma be real. They feel very, very, very different from what they will be. Mogador just broke in. Mogador is definitely doing something, so. Anyway. Let us dive in. Let's look and see what these are about. See what these, it's more, hello, nurse? They're nurses from Hub Movie. Cosplaying nurse or versus being, yeah, that very much be. You literally have being a nurse and then cosplaying as one. Or a cosplaying, that really all 3 of these. This one is also a yeah, I'd say that one too. This one is probably the tamest of the 5, and even then there are still some things I'm just like, oof. Is it you more of an actual doctor? I don't know. Well, they actually say, don't they say like, yeah, like Mogador's head nurse. Franklin is literally given the title of nurse. And then the head nurse of the recuperation center. So it's like, they all actually have titles as nurses. I think they said for Eagle, oh no, she's an actual doctor, orthopedic surgeon. Just be mentally holding up well. Yeah, seems like it. Nothing wrong there. Yeah, they're doing all kinds of medical procedures, exactly. The head nerd. Wait, what? Hold up. Yeah, she's a doctor. Well, no, you could look at orthopedic surgeon and say the same thing. It's like if you read this, you can imply this. A relationship doesn't work the other way around because there's so many different types of doctors. You've got the ENTs, you've got orthopedic, you got oncology, you have OBGYN, you've got ER. There's a couple I'm also thinking of that I'm, what are they called? Shoot. Intensive care. There's like so many different like departments that doctors could be a part of, which is kind of crazy. And the last one just states she's posing to be a doctor. Wait, Akagi? Hold on, what? Okay, we'll look at this stuff in a bit. Let's read through this first. Okay. Anyway, We have the inpatient building. The sunbathed inpatient building is a heaven of healing, managed by Nurse Mogador. Whilst my body and mind unconsciously relaxed, I happened to notice a security camera hanging overhead. The security camera in the inpatient building is quite the beast, with 80K resolution. Jeez, okay. Precise facial recognition and gait recognition. It is apparently also waterproof, dustproof, and able to withstand even a meteorite impact. Why? Unfortunately, its circuits have already been cut. You probably paid absurd amounts of money for a camera of that quality, and its circuits are cut. But why though? Alright. Anyway, while investigating the control room, I almost ran into Eagle and Strimidly, I don't know how to say it, who had come in to check the offline monitoring system. Luckily, Santa Fe showed up and called them away. As one of the few normal people in this hospital, she seems to be on good terms with them. How do you rate a camera against a meteorite impact? Or meteor impact? Good question. Life tests. Yes, I would imagine a life test. Can we just drop a meteor on it? That'll work, right? Where did you get the meteor? We just went out to space and got it. Okay. One of these days they get a super big meteor and just cause like a life-ending event. Oh my goodness. That is funny. Doesn't Laffy has like that staff or whatever from the RPG event, right? Maybe that's what they used. Anyway, nurses station. After observing the nurses for a few days, I figured out their shifts. Every night at 7, the nurse on duty, Voroshilov, always clocks out early, giving me 10 minutes during which no one is around. While infiltrating the nurses station, I found a note on Nurse Voroshilov's desk. It was placed right in the middle of the desk, almost as if to say, secrets to be found right here. Enthralled staff observation log. The observees are in an elevated state of mental excitement, and their bodies function well. That is the weirdest statement I've ever read. However, the progression of enthrallment in Dr. Eagle and Nurse Streamline has halted. Close monitoring in the future required. That's a little sus. Patient room. Santa Fe's patient room feels disorderly, but lived in at the same time, with a down pillow on her bed being the only orderly thing in there. Considering how she is, probably that makes sense. Could there be something important hidden under it? There was a photograph of Santa Fe and Washington under the pillow. In it, they both struck playful poses, and Washington wore casual clothes and had a smile on her face. She looked almost like nothing like the nurse in Washington I know. In the photograph's white space, Santa Fe voiced a concern. What should I do? If I continue helping the government, they're going to forcibly detain all the victims in the name of rescuing them. That includes Washington. There's my friend, and then there's my mission. I can only choose one of them. Santa Fe's having a disaster. I've been watching Pandemonium Society propaganda for the past 3 hours. I have no brain cells. I feel those strange compulsion-filled statues. Makoto from Makoto reading your chat on stream, all according to plan. I'm just imagining that now. Oh boy. Inpatient underground. Oh, there's an inpatient underground. There's a red light. Uh-oh. The cargo elevator in the inpatient rooms is for authorized personnel only. If I want to use it, I'll have to first get past the biometric authentication panel on the startup screen. The more sophisticated the technology, the more difficult it is to make it secure. After breaching the emergency escape hatch on the elevator's ceiling, I managed to enter the basement of the inpatient building. It looks like this place is an abandoned laboratory. Oh yeah, this is what we saw earlier. V01 ranking Ascension. Ascension failed. The low-ranking test participant remains completely under the high-ranking subject's control. Low-ranking participants' thoughts and behavior remain firmly under the influence of the high-ranking subject. High-ranking subject, low-ranking. Okay. Great leader Makoto. Oh my goodness. I would like to also point out this is called the Ecuperation Center. There's something really odd going on with this event. Even the R is missing. Where did the R go? Why is it gone? Where is the R? High-end therapeutic services, the high-end therapeutic services that Recuperation Center provides used to bring in big bucks for the hospital. The area supervisor, Nurse Washington, recommended to me her favorite area, a spa smelling of lavender. I found several objects of unknown ownership in the locker room at this reception. One of them was a gossip journal detailing the hospital's supposed secrets in great detail. No wonder the owner didn't leave their name. I'm going to assume that's Santa Fe, because I believe that's her whole thing. Gossip Journal, Entry 5. When the person staying in room 7 goes sleepwalking, she holds up a fake sword and yells, "In dreams, slaying people is my calling." What? The one staying in room 13 has a lot of adventure plans hidden behind the curtain. One of them keeps talking about Tahiti. I have the R. Well, put it back! We need it! While investigating room 13, I found a map leading to an area beneath the Recuperation Center, behind the curtain. An eye-catching line was written in red pen on the map. It used to rake in so much money. Why was it abandoned all of a sudden? The area under the we need the money. The area under the Recuperation Center used to serve as a VIP room, which has now been divided into several independent rooms, along with many doors being installed. They turned this place into a staff dormitory under strict protection. In front of a door labeled Suzia, I found what seems to be an SVIP Unlimited Premium Gold card. Who could have dropped something as precious as this? We can disappear, huh? We just need money. No, shut up. We don't need. No, I don't want to hear this plan about Tahiti. Alright, here we go. Small forest. A small forest stretches out from the southeast to the southwest of the hospital. While it's not unwelcoming to visitors, anyone who prefers more lively places would probably unconsciously avoid it. During the night, I saw Santa Fe leave her hospital room and return around an hour later. The place she went to? The small forest. After tracing her footsteps, I found an Eagle Union-made portable communicator hidden in a tree at the perfect height. Without a doubt, this is the reason why Santa Fe left the hospital at night. Logistics Center. Logistics Center manages all the work processes in the hospital from start to finish. It's a boring but extremely important place. Suzia, the nurse in charge of the area, supports the smooth running of Valley Hospital with her meticulousness and perseverance. Inside the Logistics Center's digital archives, I found a few stamped unsent reports. They were addressed to intelligence agencies around the world. Oh yeah, then we saw this one I think earlier. A report on subject V01 termination. Subject status deceased. Cause of death due to the intervention of a high-ranking subject. The test subject chose to end their own life. Oof. The funny ship girl game. Yes. Santa Fe is talking to another commander other than us. No, she's probably talking to like not Alfredo, but one of the other like journalist types, if I had to guess. Anyway, underground. They say that the logistics center stores more secrets than the inventory list, and it's true. Biggest secret of all, though, lies behind a filing cabinet stuffed to the brim, a secret passage leading to an underground area. Inside the area under the logistics center, I found a vault containing huge sums of cash. There was also Valley Hospital's balance sheet lying on the table outside the vault. Audit on Valley Hospital's quarterly finances, internal. Quarterly profits are down 75% compared to compared to the same period last year. The debt-to-asset ratio is nearing 170%, and the cash flow is expected to dry up within 3 months. Furthermore, the repayment period of a debt of $3 billion will expire at the end of next month. Jeez, they are not doing right. Aussie, please. Well, we're not done that yet. We still have research center. Dude, get some sleep. Maybe he need to. Anyway. Does the commander not have high-powered combat suit to make a distraction for the nurses? Maybe, but he's not playing as the commander. He's playing as somebody that just needs some, what do they call it? Treatment. So, you know, maybe that's, not the case. Or at least right now. I guessed wrong. Wait, what? What did I guess wrong on? I don't have the context there. Mind now. Payday assault music starts playing. Anyway, garden. The tall hedges surrounding the garden make up a convoluted maze, blocking the view of it from the outside. Solving the maze isn't particularly hard. What's more thought-provoking is the hospital's deliberate attempt to conceal something. The snow-white gazebo at the heart of the maze is strikingly immaculate, and the fresh coat of paint smells so strongly it's almost hard to breathe. It's evident someone rebuilt this place from the ground up very recently. While passing by the garden pond, a snack wrapper clinging desperately to the drain caught my attention. It was Miller's favorite snack. She must have stayed here, but where is she now? Ah, yes, an important, a very noticeable location, the cherry tree. It so happens it's the time of year when cherry blossoms go into full bloom. There is a rumor around Valley Hospital that flesh and blood are buried under the cherry tree. That sounds terrifying. Sprouting into beautiful flowers nourished by betrayal, and passion. Have you been in the maze? I've been in a maze like that. They could be kind of fun. Who's Santa Fe reporting to? I don't think she's ever really... Well, I think some of her lines talk about it. I think. I have to revisit that. Sorry, I'm just pouring tea real quick. Just getting some green tea. I'm just imagining whoever plants the cherry tree is like, this body will serve as fertilizer for this tree. Let me give you context. Miller was apparently here at this hospital. People have been going missing, and it seems like Miller is also one of them, and now the commander is here to try to figure it out. So he's been basically doing a whole bunch of like write-ups and stuff. Anyway, I couldn't find a single plant growing at the tree's roots. Closer investigation revealed that there's a soft spot in the soil, which someone probably dug up carefully and quite recently, despite the fact that nothing is growing there. Using a shovel to dig in the eerily soft soil, I found a communications badge. The badge had a symbol of a fox with red tails on it. Could this belong to the Tenko group? Akagi! Imagine if Miller just pranking us for... Possible. That would be kind of... That'd be kind of sad, though. There was once controversial experiments conducted in the research center, under Nurse Verlushalov's supervision. Could it be the place of reason in science? Some sort of impulsive emotion seems to be suppressing my sense of reason. The longer I stay in the research center, the stronger the feeling becomes. I need to leave immediately. The Seven Valley Hospital are clearly researching an unscientific and irrational kind of forbidden power. This power has its origins in the legendary Bloodkin, and the phenomenon it induces is known as enthrallment. Well, they were talking about that earlier. What was it? Yeah, however, the progression of enthrallment and eagle instrumentally has halted. A dead body would surprise me. Probably. I don't know. They haven't really killed anybody off recently. So that would be something to think about. No, that's what you guessed who she was reporting to. Oh, yeah, I was just giving an example. I don't think I don't remember it was Alba or... she says it in her... Santa Fe says it. go to the bottom here because I haven't leveled her yet.
しまった。アルフレードの指揮官への密着取材を手伝おうとした
Well, she reports to
のに
Alfredo in this
うっかり
line.
カメラを壊しちゃった。あ
Does she see anything else?
ー最近のさっきサンタフェはどうして噂が大好きなの？しまった。
I have to get the
ア
other
ルフレー
voice
ドの
lines
指揮
to
官への
know.
密着取材を手伝おうとしたのにうっかり
So maybe not. Fascinators, yeah, because it's basically something along those lines. All right, we're on page 5, right? Yeah. Okay. Who is Alfredo? Can I eat? She is an Italian ship. She's the like photographer reporter girl. She was butting heads with Leonardo in the last event with Raffaello and everything. So she was in that event. Anyway, Research Center Underground. I heard what sounded like a beeping noise coming from the vent in the Research Center's reception room. Is it possible that the vent connects to a larger space? I descended down to the vent and arrived in a power room covered in dust. And after investigating the smart power system, I learned that there are 2 spaces underneath the Research Center that are still in use, the control room and another unnamed room. There is no one in the control room, and several screens only displayed tedious noise. One of them, however, showed a feed of a young girl alone and curled up in some sealed-off room. It was Miller. Uh-oh. They found her. We found her! We just don't know where she is. Parking lot. Unlike the city with its hustle and bustle, the entry sign at Valley Hospital's parking lot always reads parking available. There are so few cars parked here that you could count them at a glance. Although their windshields are covered with dust, the ambulances themselves were bought from a big-name global brand, and their excellent performance could even meet the standards of a rescue on the battlefield. It all speaks to the once impressive financial power of Valley Hospital. These vehicles are so heavily armored they're practically small forts on wheels. Not only can they be used to protect and transport important targets, but they can also serve as mobile jails to detain suspects. Oh, okay. There's an underground parking lot? I didn't see it. I guess that could be what that is right there. I'm telling you, Miller is just trolling. That would be kind of sad. Miller's a destroyer. I thought for a half a second that it might be a male character. How naive of me. It's Azur Lane. There's not that many of them. Anyway, parking lot underground. There were weeds growing rampantly all over the unmaintained parking lot. After a lot of hard work, I finally managed to find a way down to the underground area beneath a shrub. The underground parking lot has obviously been repurposed into a storage room. There are boxes upon boxes of medical cloth and oxygen tanks stacked haphazardly, and on the wall was a handwritten warning that said flammable material. There were a few canisters quietly tucked away deep in a corner that met the international standards for storing oil and the like, and the air was filled with a harsh, distinct smell of hydrocarbon compounds. It seemed to assume that there was gasoline in those containers. Okay, I mean, in front of a parking lot, that kind of makes some sense. The underground jail. I mean, well, no, I mean, if they keep these like these ambulances, sorry, if they keep these ambulances, they probably are. That's probably what their fuel stuff is for. But it's we don't know yet. We'll see. Anyway, guard booth. The guard booth is the key point through which all information to and from the outside world passes, and it is of great strategic importance. Sending and receiving things through here neatly resolves the inconvenience caused by the lack of supporting facilities around the hospital. I found a package addressed to Voroshilov. The sticker listing its contents said, "Rebellious girl's first choice, eye-catching punk high school miniskirt giving a hot and not impression." What? I guess you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Ah. Yeah, that sounds, Sounds a bit like, weirdly enough, like Miller, because I think she has the miniskirt, right? Because Voroshilov doesn't have that.
もっと偉そうに笑った方が悪っぽいかな。
Yeah, she's got the miniskirt.
難しい。
Alright. We are at the guard booth. Okay. Anyway, right here. After watching the guard booth several times, I noticed that Voroshilov stopped by every day to see if a new package arrived, even though she had yet to wear any of the clothes in them. Where did all the clothes go? Main entrance. The gates to the hospital are made of sturdy cast iron, and they're wide enough for several large cars to pass through at once. A faded hospital emblem is inlaid at the top of the gate, and a row of mailboxes for the hospital staff is attached to the wall on the side. Due to the mailboxes being exposed to the elements, their surfaces have deteriorated to the point of metal on them. To the point the metal on them is peeling off. Susie's mailbox is the only one that's been maintained, indicating that it sees frequent use. I found a credit card bill inside Susie's mailbox. The amount owed is 10 times the salary of a regular nurse. She must have another source of income in order to maintain such ludicrous spending. You hope. Or she's just knee deep in debt. Gaming Hussy, please, bro. Anyway, your entrance. Valley Hospital's rear entrance has been closed for many years, and the no entry sign to the side of the rusted gates has already faded in color. Fallen leaves pass through this forgotten place more often than people do. I removed the pile of debris stacked up in the front of the rear entrance and easily detached the rusted padlock on the gates. The path in front of me led into the woods. It looked like the perfect escape route. The forest path leads to a bustling port to the north of the city, where passenger boats, merchant vessels, and cargo ships come and go endlessly. The low peeping of whistles echoed in my ears for a long time, like a call to a distant place. Don't ship girls get paid, or at least some kind of allowance of some kind? I imagine so. It feels like it'd be weird if they didn't, you know? It doesn't feel like they'd be doing the right thing. Then again, I don't really know how that all works. They do have like the merchant stuff. Like if you think about it from our perspective, they do have the like merchant shop, which you trade stuff for coin. So maybe, I don't know. Imagine there's gotta be something to it. Anyway, office. For some reason, Valley Hospital's in-house Dr. Eagle has this lavish office all to herself. There's a locked glass case filled with bottles of fat-burning sauces in various flavors. Interesting. Is she especially security-minded, or is there some sort of reason for this? After picking the lock, I discovered 2 communication devices behind the sauce bottles. One of them has a cute snowflake sticker on its case, and the other added metal ornaments in a fine classical pattern, emblematic of an exquisite product from the Royal Islands. Cute snowflake sticker on its case. Isn't that Strem? That could be like a communicator for Strem. And then Eagle having the other ones for like the Royal Islands wouldn't surprise me. It's Eagle. She's a Royal Navy anyway. According to the regularly scheduled columns log, Eagle and Strem are joint investigating some experiments into unique abilities within the hospital. Their governments are apparently planning a rescue mission for those trapped inside the hospital. Okay, so that's why these two aren't as enthralled for whatever reason. So I said that earlier, I think. Yeah. Dr. Eagle and Nurse Strem have halted. Okay, yeah. Medical Center Underground. The staircase leading underground lies in the back of the nurse's station, and it has a sign at the entrance reading, "Under repairs." In order to infiltrate it, it seems I'll need to lure Nurse Franklin away from there. To draw Franklin's attention away, I told her I was waiting for her in my hospital room, and she left her station with a smile. I feel like I should be concerned about that. Thus, they managed to infiltrate the underground area and find the medicine room. Concealed inside the refrigerator in the medicine room, which Eagle and Swimming oversee, there were several special tranquilizers. Injecting it into a person allows them to effectively suppress the tendencies of enthrallment. This is presumably the reason why they don't exhibit strange behavior. Oh. So they already know what's going on, they're just counteracting it. Interesting. So there's like multiple parties involved here. There's obviously us and Miller. There's the nurses here that are acting weird. Then there's Eagle and Strem that are also here as well. So there's technically 3 groups involved. Alright, corridor. The stone pillars in the corridor, white as the ribs of a giant, prop up an arch-shaped ceiling mural, okay, with angels glowing with holy light. When the sunlight passed through the arch, I discovered a secret space hidden in the niche of the corridor. There. The Banquet of Blood, Confessions of the Night Girl, The Pallid Bride's Sonnet. These Gothic novels tear off the fetters of reason and weave luxurious fantasies filled with desire. Who had these novels here? Whoever left these novels here also carved a message into the secret space. Roses never wither in the eternal paradise we yearn for. Daywalkers rule everything until time itself turns to dust in its coffin. Well, Gothic novels, that still makes me think Miller because she kind of is dressed like that. I don't think any of the other girls involved in this are even remotely close to like that Gothic style. I think. I don't know. Akagi is listed in the character info, but the only thing we've seen of her is the cherry tree thing. This Tenko group. That's really about it. Anyway, medical center. In anticipation of significant foot traffic, the path leading to the medical center was built large. Now, though, it has been overrun with cats, and few people can be seen. This seems to be the result of deliberate negligence by Franklin, the nurse in charge. I found physical examination data on Miller in the life specimen? Do you need the T there? I don't think you do. Body fat percentage, ideal. Protein metabolism, ideal. Waist and hip measurements. I love how they don't say anything about that. However, the likely most important pages have been torn up, and it will take some time to render them readable. Report on V01 ability development. The 21st activation experiment was a failure. 22nd experiment anticipated to begin shortly. The continued funding of our trusted investor is absolutely critical. Based on previous test data, there is a nigh infinite amount of potential in this experiment. I'm just sitting here just like, I wonder who's like the ringleader of the like nurse group then. I wonder which one of them it is. Anyway, we got 2 more pieces and then we go into the character info. Valley Hospital, a historic general hospital located in a quiet suburb, is the hub of outpatient care, medical research, and nursing services. It is also where Miller was seen last. 3 years ago, Valley Hospital was brought into the national limelight when allegations surfaced that several homeless, okay, who had camped out. I don't usually see unhoused individuals. Just call it homeless. You don't need to say it that way. Who had camped out overnight in the vicinity of the hospital mysteriously disappeared. Though the whereabouts of these individuals are still unknown to this day, this incident has largely faded from the public's memory. Although, after thorough examining the hospital's external design and plumbing system, I realized that there might be a vast, secret underground area beneath the hospital. There's a part 2. Intelligence agencies from around the world have begun investigating the hospital, and there might already be agents hiding among us. I think we knew this already, from the point about Eagle and Strem. What secrets could there be under this hospital, or beneath those white coats? What white coats? I think barely any of them are wearing any. Strange words such as Bloodkin and enthrallment have been found in the files of the archived room. Could it be some sort of eldritch research is taking place here? Despite the huge disparity between income and expenditure, Valley Hospital has been able to operate normally for a long period of time. For the past 3 years, it has continuously been receiving large amounts of funding from Akagi, a representative of the Sakura Empire's Tenko group. If there's a mastermind behind the events here, it must be her. Seems so. We'll see. Alright, here we go. We'll read through these real quick and then just see what's going on. Mogador, head nurse at the inpatient building. She provided rather passionate assistance when I was doing the admission procedure. Sweet and direct on one hand, and unwaveringly determined in serious circumstances on the other. Her response to even the slightest disruption of order is a merciless purge. Her body temperature is abnormally high, her sense of smell exceedingly sharp, and in the depths of her irises, a quivering crimson red. It's safe to assume she's in the advanced stage of enthrallment. I'm not surprised. Why does the theme play the Among Us theme? Mogador, it'd be something. If what Nurse Franklin had seen and heard in the medical center over the past few years were turned into a book, it would no doubt be a thrilling adventure novel. Kind, receptive, and brimming with creativity and curiosity, Franklin has received countless written recommendations as the hospital's most outstanding employee. Those commendations, now yellowed and faded, are precious to her. The enthrallment has warped her emotions, and she will stop at nothing to ensure the survival of all her fellows. What should have been an adventure filled with oddity and excitement has fallen into the trap known as the desire for control. Okay. Not worried about this one. Jeez. Washington, the head nurse at the recuperation center, and a frequent visitor to the National Boot Camp, is particularly skilled in non-violently subduing frenzied mental patients within 30 seconds. While her knowledge of tactics is outstanding, her skill as a nurse has much room for improvement. I'm not surprised. When she gets fired up, she occasionally slips into some Eagle Union slang. It's said that she's from there, which gives her and Santa Fe endless things to talk about. Tap into your potential and embrace power. Do that, you'll always be victorious. The enthrallment seemed to be everything Washington wanted, but alas, extraordinary power invariably comes at a price. Prior to becoming the head nurse of the logistics center, Suzia was the queen of the I'm gonna butcher that word. Phlebotomy room? How the heck do you say that word? Hold up. I'm like sitting here. How do you even pronounce this word? Let's hear it from like an AI word.
Phlebotomy.
Phlebotomy. Phlebotomy, chat. Phlebotomy. She was to clean a phlebotomy room. When people say that she won the most blood drawn in one shot competition 5 years in a row. Oh, so she's like the... Okay. I see. And that makes sense, because this is... yeah, it's the removal of blood from the vein. Okay. So she's like one that's usually doing blood drawing. Okay. Although she's gentle, unassuming, and polite with everyone she interacts with, there is an odd kind of emotional detachment in her behavior. She seems to intentionally avoid involvement with other nurses, and appears to be keeping an eye on them. Does she know about my true reason for getting hospitalized? While the enthrallment is definitely eating away at her mind, she refuses to yield to the impulses running through her. She seems sure she can regain the life she lost. Who gave her that hope? Anyway, this is the one that's been watching people, so this is interesting. Veroshalov, the head nurse at the research center, is in fact an undercover agent for the Northern Parliament. I was more surprised that she willingly divulged that information than by the information itself. Okay. Rather than speaking her mind, she prefers to slowly build up a relationship over time, or so I thought. But now she is being proactive to an unusual degree. Perhaps that's some sort of plan of hers. The Crimson Madness has taken full control of her, and her level of enthrallment is more severe than anyone else's. Just for what reason did this strange power choose her as its mouthpiece? This enthrallment stuff is weird. Anyway, Eagle, currently Valley Hospital's only in-office orthopedic surgeon, appears to be mentally holding up very well. From what I gathered from the other employees, she was hired half a year ago. Judging by the hospital's financial state, it hardly seems to have been a sound decision. Yeah, they're not doing so well from what they were saying if their revenue was down like 75%. She takes her job as a doctor very seriously. No complaints on that front. However, she has shocking little technical knowledge. When you hang your x-ray pictures upside down, how can a patient trust you? I was unable to find a match with the number on her doctor's certificate in the public database, and considering her particular taste for traditional royal gourmet food, that conclusion is obvious. She's an undercover agent sent by the Royal Navy. I mean, yeah, we're somewhat aware of this. Voroshilov seems to be less so much. I mean, maybe it was at some point, but it seems like Strim took over. Probably because Voroshilov got compromised or something from whatever this enthrallment is supposed to be. Which I'm not really sure what this enthrallment is supposed to be about. Anyway. Nurse Trim took up her post at the same time as Eagle, and her state of mind is quite good. Often bothered by how her petite stature interfered with her work, she started wearing a grown lady's high heels. They suit her surprisingly well. Oh, they're basically saying that she's not able to do much because she's short, if I'm understanding that right. She's short, chat. She's trying her best. She's undergone comprehensive medical training and is able to single-handedly carry out her duties as a nurse, but her approach to healthcare comes in an extremely regional flavor, which is to say, it's the authentic vodka medical philosophy. Ah, yes. Just straight up going into the what was that guy's name? Dr. Lindsay? Like the meme from like two or 3 years ago, where he has like that whole walk. Man's like sitting there holding like a vodka bottle and a skull. She's an undercover agent from the Northern Parliament, and her goal at the hospital is to look into her fellow missing agent Voroshilov. But she's... Never mind. When I saw through her disguise, she got as excited as a child and gave me several small snowballs as rewards. They're not really disguising themselves, though. Like, it's pretty obvious. You could look at them and say, like, yeah. Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Sakura Empire people are, they fit the nation. So it wouldn't probably surprise me if they blended in without their riggings. I don't know. Anyway, Santa Fe. Santa Fe, my roommate at the hospital, never stays in bed quietly as the doctors advise. She effortlessly picks up on the gossip hidden in the people's words, almost like she has a dedicated gossip detector installed in her head. Her hospital gown only seems to hinder her passionate 7 good deeds a day. What? I've never seen a patient as energetic as her before. Her diagnosis of mild electrolyte imbalance and prescription of vitamin supplements are far too normal in every way. On that nerve-wracking night, her sleep talk was miraculously soothing, and the identity of this patient became as plain as the nose on my face. The Eagle Union really should raise the standards of the older agents, too. Man seriously just looked at the Eagle Union and said skill issue. Oof. All right, Miller. She is my friend of many years and my partner. Out of all the people I've met, she is the most contradictory and the most talented. We have solved many cases together, which earned us the title of Best Detective Duo. Contrary to what her rebellious fashion sense might make you think, she's a strict perfectionist. She probably wanted to prove to me that she was a worthy partner, and that's why she took on the Valley Hospital case on her own. I know all about her. She's more accustomed to working at night than at day. She likes red colors, and she keeps many secrets. She'll probably tell me the truth herself one day. After all, she is one half of the Best Detective Duo. Alright, pretty straightforward. Alfred, How does this young lady of an old lineage on the brink of bankruptcy maintain such a refined lifestyle? Rumors say that she makes a living by renting out noble titles. But that can't be more than a drop in the bucket. To my surprise, Halford's financial situation isn't as dire as people speculate. According to the intel, Miller has helped her a lot, and their respective families supposedly came from the same region. That being said, Miller herself has never brought up this before. Halford's family name is quite ancient, and people say it comes from a vampiric duke of 300 years ago. When she dropped this lore bomb, her expression didn't look as though she was joking, so let's take it at face value. I feel like we're seeing some, like, it's slowly speeding, or like drip feeding everything to us, but I'm curious about the important info pieces. We'll see. So hopefully this gives us more answers, because right now I'm just kind of like, all right, so this is what's been, it's doing a little bit of lore building for this, which is kind of weird. I guess. Well, I mean, it works out, but it's a lot more reading than I think most people probably prefer to do. Anyway, Akagi, a representative of the Tenko group for the Sakura Empire. Even though her public appearances draw extensive attention from the media, very little is known about her private life. She's arrogant, forceful, and possesses preeminent abilities. Despite us coming from such different walks of life, the moment she saw me, her eyes were filled with the kind of love so powerful it could change the rules of the world. She revealed everything to me. She is trying to construct a throne of pure crimson through the pain of the minority and some fitting sacrifices. The world will turn a new page. Should I really support her? I don't know, chat. Should we support her? Akagi stands to be like, yes, don't even ask. Then you have the other people in chat that are like, I could fix her. Alrighty. Alright, so now we're on to the important info. There was supposedly little post-it notes which told you some stuff, but I had already gathered the clues and didn't think about that. Do the first part of the story. I was told not to touch this story, because apparently this is like the super dangerous stuff. So I don't really know what this stuff is on. Just get something to cover the screen. Let's see. Yes, let's see. What do I have to cover the screen? What do we have to cover the screen? The Mika XD face. That could be one. Just use Fuka. Like you put it, it's about right. I think it's about right here, right? And then you just go over here to. This is very fitting, actually. Oh my goodness. Oh god, it's even worse. What do you mean it's even worse? Fine, what do you want? You want the, what is this? What is this? Hold up. Oh, this is the guns, the goofy gun thing. You got this. You got that. Here, you could. Let's make it even worse. Fine, we'll use this one instead. How about this one then? Just giant Mika. Now let's shrink the Mika down. We shrink the Mika and put the Mika there instead. This is the Photoshop episode. Yeah, I know, right? We have the Mika here too. Yeah, no. Alrighty. Let's drop this. Why would you like to see Mika on that? It's probably less that I want to see that. It's probably more the case that, well, I don't think she'd ever do that. If anyone in Blue Archive would be to do that, it'd be Hanako. Just because it's Hanako. Mika, I don't think would do that at all. Even if she does like Sensei a lot, I don't think she'd do that. Hanako, on the other hand, that's Hanako. We don't even have to think about that one. That's like that. It's like what actually would scare me is who's worse, Hanako or Mogador. I actually still want to think Mogador, but I don't know yet because those two don't interact with each other. But that'd be terrifying. So anyway, these are the these are the various ones here. Okay, so. See, there's a bunch of clues. Oh boy, this is a lot of reading, which is fine for me. I don't mind reading, but I imagine a lot of people are probably just like, yeah, I'm not gonna read this. Hanako is just Mogador's secret cousin. She's the cousin in the Royal Navy, basically, because I think isn't Trinity like British? If they're going off of that. Anyway. Pale Dawn, important info number 1. The situation inside the Valley Hospital was far more complicated than I had imagined. With the backing of Akagi, the representative of the Tenko group, a supernatural research into the so-called Bloodkin was carried out in the hospital. To make matters worse, several of the medical staff have been afflicted with a mental disorder known as enthrallment. In order to deal with this crisis, I began looking for trustworthy allies. Dr. Eagle and Nurse Strem came to mind due to their relative mental stability, only for a shocking truth about them to come to light during my investigation. Both of them were undercover agents sent by their governments. Eagle was affiliated with the Royal Navy, while Strem came from the Northern Parliament. Despite their different origins, they joined forces to cooperate in this undercover investigation. After several conversations with Strem, I learned that she had a separate mission. Besides investigating, she was also tasked with locating Voroshilov, another Northern Parliament agent who's gone missing inside the hospital. Additionally, inside Eagle's office, I had found an encrypted transmission device that allowed her to contact the outside world. Got it. I was like looking at that weird, like, why does it look wrong? From looking at her message history, the government has been planning a mission to rescue many people trapped in the hospital. After demonstrating my excellent investigation skills, I earned Eagle and Strem's trust, and they accepted my help in the investigation. Even so, I am still sorely lacking 2 things: allies and information. I'm guessing I should just like read through the 3 of these and then we could just watch the ending and then go to the next one? Or do I need to read all these first then watch the ending? I'm not actually sure. Oh god, how late am I to the stream? Not super late. We've just started reading the we read the location and the character info. Hi. We're just now getting into the important information. So, basically, to give you the rundown, we're trying to figure out what happened to Miller. We don't know where. Well, no, we do know now, because technically, if you read the location info, you know where. You at least know she's in some kind of weird padded cell. But it's sealed off. There's this weird, like, effect going on in the place called enthrallment, which is affecting a lot of nurses here. Not all of them are affected, though, or well, I'll put it this way. Some of them have varying degrees of severity. Others aren't as affected, and the two that aren't very affected by it are Eagle and Strem. Whereas all the other characters that we've seen seem to have some varying degree of enthrallment inflicting them. So that's pretty much about it. We're trying to find Miller. We don't know what the source is of this enthrallment, and there's a whole bunch of other things. So that's pretty much about it. Anyway, on to important information number 2. Each important info has a different ending. I thought so, because it looks like there's one for each. Anyway, in the research center, which is under Voroshilov's jurisdiction, I finally found where Miller was. She had been confined to a special containment facility packed with precision equipment. It turns out that Valley Hospital really was conducting secret supernatural research. Why did they pick Miller as their test subject, though? Could she be a Bloodkin specimen of an ancient legends that the hospital has been searching for? Around this time, the former Northern Parliament agent Voroshilov personally contacted me. She was suspiciously eager to cooperate, and after keeping a watchful eye on her, I figured out that her enthrallment had advanced to a rather serious stage. That, combined with how she had broken off contact with the Northern Parliament and the stacks of inexplicable papers in the guard room, leads me to conclude one thing: she cannot be trusted. While there are many patients in the recuperation center, among them, Santa Fe is unquestionably the strangest. From her cheerful attitude that clashes starkly with the dull atmosphere of the hospital room, to her sense of gossip, so keen it's like she has a gossip in her head, to her sleep talk every night, the answer is clear. She is actually an undercover agent sent in by the Eagle Union. Like how there's like 3 different undercover agents right now. When I was investigating the forest around the recuperation center, I found a wireless transmitter she had secretly installed up in the tree. It looks to be in the position from which she contacts Eagle Union HQ. Although she displays an amicable attitude, I will need a proper opportunity to establish true mutual trust between us. As the saying goes, a shared secret is the strongest bond. Thanks to the journal packed to the brim with gossip that I found in the recuperation center, I managed to build rapport with her. In the process of sharing our secrets with each other, we gradually established a solid foundation of trust. Yeah, no kidding. This feels like one of those, like, you need all the red lines of yarn and all the photos. I just feel it. Well, some of them aren't trying not to get caught. Like, you've got Eagle and Strem that have just decided to work together. So, it seems like a few of them are... well, I think there's only 3, are there? Because, like, this is an agent, that's an agent, that's an agent. This is an investigator that's alongside us. This is just some wealthy young lady, apparently. And then Akagi, who is it looks like some kind of an investor for the Tenko group or something that's doing her own thing. So there is that. Anyway, let's do our first ending. Let's see what this is about. Oh, we just read it. Okay. I've gathered all the agents willing to cooperate. Now it's time to devise a rescue plan. At present, what we need most is powerful armed support, and a well-trained government force, and the well-trained government forces should fill this gap. So with the help of Eagle, Strem, and Santa Fe, we managed to establish contact with the intelligence groups of the Royal Navy, Northern Parliament, and Eagle Union, respectively. After briefing them about the abnormal events and the progress of the Bloodkin experiments, each group acknowledged the seriousness of the situation and readily agreed to cooperate with us. After we drafted a detailed plan, a time was decided for the armed forces to begin their assault, and then the plan was finally put into action. At daybreak of the designated date, a strike team consisting of intelligence agents launched a lightning-fast attack on Valley Hospital. Faced with such overwhelming strength, the enthralled and unprepared hospital staff were neutralized in the blink of an eye. The employees captive in the hospital, including Miller, my closest partner who had been confined under the research center, were safely rescued by the strike team. When we part ways, the agents gave us their word that all victims, Miller included, would receive the best treatment they could provide. That's concerning. Many years have passed since then, and I waited for that day that I'd be reunited with Miller back to her vivid self. That would be the glorious day when the best detective duo would take the world by storm again. However, she never came back to me. Mission failed successfully. Mission failed successfully. So did they finally get influenced by enthrallment or something? I don't actually know what happened. That seems odd. Anyway. Supernatural development. The situation inside Valley Hospital was far more complicated than I imagined. At the same time as I located Miller beneath the research center, a haunting truth came to light. The hospital's reasons for inviting her here were by no means benevolent. Oh yeah, it's on the second page, right? Is this safe? Like, am I gonna have to worry about anything? Also, the IV bags have hearts on them. Okay. I'll trust you. I'll trust. Hard, maybe. If I feel the need, we will have a Fuka on the screen. I'm gonna put in the middle to panic. Lying down in my clean and comfy bed, I let the waves of fatigue wash over me, my eyelids getting heavier and heavier. Whoops. Here we go. There is a mutter, and my bed shakes slightly. I open my eyes and turn in the sound's direction. She even does the giggle. The sad thing is she literally does the giggle, so you could like literally put her face on top of her there. Still up, detective. Santa Fe freezes in the position she snuck into bed with. She has the awkward look of a criminal caught red-handed. I was asleep until you woke me up. Oh, sorry, I was trying to, honestly. Let me make it up to you by sleeping right beside you. That's not. You were going to do that anyway, weren't you? The thing is, this place is just so creepy that I'm terrified to sleep by myself. So I came to you. It's so reassuring when you're with me, so I think I'll sleep like a log by your side. Please don't send me away, oh great mighty detective. Well, since you're already here, just stay. Yeah, you're the best. Having received my permission, the tension in her eyes fades away, replaced by a carefree smile. She hugs her pillow tightly and sits on the bed, her eyes blinking and looking at me. What's the matter? Aren't you going to sleep? Oh, I clicked that way too quick. Planting both her hands, I know it's just a giggle though. Planting both her hands on the bed, Santa Fe adopts a mysterious air as she begins to whisper to me. I'll bet you know all kinds of juicy gossip, detective. Can you tell me something, you know, as a bedtime story? Oh, sure. No, this is just gonna be a case of other commanders. It should have been me! It should have been me, not him! Come on, don't make that face. I promise I won't tell anyone. I don't believe you. Thud. All of a sudden, a muffled noise sounds from outside the room. Help me, detective. What do you mean? We're literally like next to each other. She leaps like a startled cat and throws herself into my chest, gripping my collar tightly. Hey, don't be scared. I'll go and have a look. You stay here. Wait, it always goes badly for people in movies when they go off on their own like this. I'm the main character. I'll be fine. I have plot armor. You sound strangely convincing when you put it like that. Wait, if you're the MC, wouldn't it put me in danger if you left me behind? I'll come with you. She hurriedly rises to her feet, wrapping her arms around one of mine. Okay, let's go. Commander's main character syndrome, doesn't he? Maybe. Phew, so that's all it was. The blackboard just fell off the wall. After seeing that nothing of note happened in the corridor, we both returned to the hospital room. While Santa Fe sounds nonchalant in her tone, she doesn't let go of my arm in the slight. Yeah, she's still terrified. I wouldn't be surprised at all. As soon as I get into bed, she leaps into my chest again. She's still trembling slightly. A while later, it should have been me, not him. A while later, she finally manages to calm down and relaxes her shoulders. By which I mean, she is back to being cocky again. I'm bored. Since you won't share any gossip with me, I'll tell you something I know. Ready? You better strap in, because I know it's a long one. She tightly buries her face in my arms and snickers to herself. Ready or not, we have the whole night ahead of us, pal. She really likes that giggle. Yeah, that really wasn't... That didn't really reveal anything, you know what I mean? Like, I thought it was gonna reveal something, but it really didn't. It just kind of feels like bonus stuff. Which really is kind of sad. I'm not sure what else I should have expected out of that, but alright, whatever. Alright, anyway. Blah, 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 it was more complicated. A haunting truth. Okay, yeah. So, at the same time as I located Miller beneath the research center, a haunting truth came to light. The hospital's reasons for inviting her here were by no means benevolent. Bro, chill. By collating the multitude of evidence I've gathered, I became sure that the hospital, with the support of Akagi, the representative of the Senkura Empire's Tenko group, was conducting supernatural research using a Bloodkin as a test subject. Furthermore, Miller was the subject at the core of it. The Bloodkin, as an ancient race steeped in mystery, and only found in legends, show shocking, superhuman potential. Although the research into activating these powers is proceeding at a slow pace, the result it has already yielded are more than enough to prove that an abnormal source of power is hidden within the Bloodkin. However, this reckless dive into the paranormal came at a fitting price. Many of the hospital nurses have begun exhibiting symptoms of a mental disorder known as enthrallment. According to the experiment reports, this condition is both similar and dissimilar to the traditional control hierarchy of the Bloodkin. Theoretically, those of higher rank have complete control over those of lower rank. But according to Miller, those who have been enthralled simply do not seem to obey her. Could this be why she is still imprisoned here? Maybe she's not the Bloodkin? I don't know, and they're just holding her to see if she actually exhibits symptoms? I don't know. Kind of makes me feel like that's just the case where... I don't know, this feels weird. Anyway, port info 2. The photograph I found under Santa Fe's pillow, and the worry she expressed both hinted at the disturbing fact that the rescue mission being prepared by intelligence agencies across the world exists in name only, and in fact their true aim is to get all this supernatural research under their control. That makes sense. In a situation as deeply complex as this, I must choose my allies very carefully. Just then, an uncomfortable thought dawned on me. The nurses who had undergone enthrallment are abnormally attracted to me, and yet Suzuya from the logistics center maintained a surprisingly calm demeanor. After observing her routine, it turns out that she has been intentionally avoiding involvement with other enthralled nurses. Very interestingly, just as I have been keeping an eye on her, she has been keeping an eye on me. As my investigation progressed, one new clue after the next cropped up. What looked like a Tenko Group communication badge that I found under a cherry tree, and a huge credit card bill addressed to Suzuya I found in the mailbox at the main entrance. This led me to a single conclusion. Suzuya's backer is none other than Akagi, the Tenko Group's representative who controls the hospital from the shadows. Suzuya immediately knew that I had arrived at the truth, and Akagi used her as an intermediary to propose a highly secret meeting between us. My decision to accept or refuse her invitation will surely lead to drastic changes. Am I late? A little bit. It's alright. Don't worry too much about it. This is a weird story, though. I mean, at least it's touching in on the enthrallment stuff and everything, but it's just kind of odd. He calls that calm. Oh, I mean, if you look at other characters, yeah, I'd probably say that's calm. Because the girls want to remain enthralled. Maybe? I don't know. That hasn't really been answered yet. We'll see. Alright. Late in the night, I had my clandestine meeting under Suzuya's guidance. At last, I've managed to personally meet the mysterious billionaire pulling the strings of Valley Hospital. The contents of our meeting, however, were completely unlike anything I'd imagined. While it is true that Akagi has been spearheading this series of supernatural research, Miller was, in fact, turned into the thrall of a superior being long, long ago. Although this research has temporarily stripped her of her freedom, the ultimate goal with it is to destroy the hierarchical structure of the Bloodkin. Once they succeed, she will supposedly gain true freedom for the first time ever. In addition, Akagi suggested a proposal to let me see this happen firsthand. She will grant me the highest decision-making authority of the hospital's board of directors, along with wealth and status befitting such a position. As the leader of the Tenko group, she told me all her missions without reserve or omission. These supernatural studies are conducted not just for the Tenko group to achieve a worldwide hegemony, but also to realize a personal wish of hers, to use the Bloodkin's power of control to guarantee the fidelity of the one she loves. I don't trust that. Seeing the burning passion in her eyes as she spoke, I couldn't help but gulp. After weighing the cost and benefits, I accepted her proposal. Okay. As a display of loyalty, I disclosed to her all the information I'd gained throughout my investigation. The undercover agent's eagle Miller's current state, the enthrallment of the nurses, and so all the pieces on the board had fallen under our control. He's done. It's over. It's over. He's cooked, chat. It's over. Let's find out what happened. Those who walk in the sun will never notice an upheaval in the dark. Since it was decided that Akagi would regain control over Valley Hospital, we needed to clear out all the obstructive third parties. The isolated government agents were easy pickings, so they became the first oh no. Suzuya made the first move, destroying their hidden communication devices, thus cutting off their link to the outside world. Then I deliberately exposed Suzuya's actions, tricking the agents into thinking that the enthralled nurses were hostile to them. This intensified the conflict between them, drawing them into a battle that sapped the strength of both sides. Meanwhile, I gained the trust of the nurses. I spread the word that the ambulances in the parking lot could be used as shelters, and without questioning this, they boarded the vehicles and got themselves trapped. Man basically just opened up the back of the ambulance for a few of them and said, "Look, there's candy in here!" And then they just jumped in like, "Ooh, piece of candy." Door gets closed on them. Worst agents. That's not the agents, it's the nurses! The nurses put themselves in the ambulances. They basically got imprisoned in ambulances. Then the time had finally come for me to face Miller. I told her that I'd allied with Akagi, which she was shocked to hear, and even if it was a means to an end to grant her true freedom, she had nothing to say to me in response. With all threats eliminated and the Valley Hospital firmly in Akagi's hands, the Red Fox suggested that I should become the hospital's new board chairman. After that, the experiments into the supernatural proceeded smoothly and bore great fruit, leading to the Tenko groups as well as my personal wealth growing at a staggering speed. However, I could not forget Miller's face, filled with disappointment as I sat surrounded by piles of uncaring research reports. In the end, she never said another word to me, and I lost my ace partner forever. Oof. So we have the task failed successfully. We have money. Now we have Eternal Night, and then toward tomorrow. I'm curious about this one. All right, let's go. The situation at Side Valley Hospital was far more complicated than I had imagined. Wait, what? No, I ran the right one. Wait, are they all the same at the start? They all are. Okay. For many years, Valley Hospital has received financial backing from Akagi, the head of the Tenko Group, and secretly conducted forbidden research into the supernatural powers of the Bloodkin. Moreover, this research had crossed into uncontrollable territory. A mental disorder, known as enthrallment, had begun to spread among the nurses in the hospital. The gothic novels centered around Bloodkin that I happened to find in the corridor gave me new insight into the situation. This newfound perspective made me view the being known as Miller in a new light. All of the creeping suspicions I had had in the past tied into an answer. All of it was evidence that she was a Bloodkin. As I continued investigating, I learned that the fearsome truth behind Miller's disappearance and a place under the research center. The hospital had commissioned her with an investigation. That was a trap to lure her inside and confine her as a test subject. Fortunately, though, I managed to reunite with her. Oh, that's just as innocent. Okay. Furthermore, her condition was shockingly stable, contrary to my expectations. As we spoke, I touched upon a wish buried deep within her heart. She is searching for a peaceful land, a place where the Bloodkin can be truly safe. I perfectly understood this wish, and I swore to do everything in my power to make it come true. If there is no haven for the Bloodkin on this earth, I'll build it myself. When we parted ways, I swore to her that I'd take action at once. Oh, I see what this room is gonna. I see what this ending's heading towards. So the last one went with Akagi. The previous one was just working with the agents. So then what's the last one? We just go full harem mode? I don't know. Everyone ends up getting enthralled. Or we ascend to become the higher being? I don't know. Needless to say, this hospital that kept Miller captive as a test subject is untrustworthy. At the same time, based on what I saw in the photographs detailing Santa Fe's secret concerns, I've also realized that those shady government intelligence agencies are by no means trustworthy either. Okay. Amidst all this, Miller introduced me to a completely unexpected close friend. Oh, this is how Halford plays it. Okay. Thanks to the former mediation, I got in touch with this young lady of an apparently disgraced noble clan. Through our conversations, I learned that Miss Halford was a Bloodkin, just like Miller, and also that her family came from the same town as the Miller clan. She had long grown bored of human society and lost interest in the struggles of all these short-sighted people. As such, she planned to sell off all her assets and find a place to hide from the world. Valley Hospital, which had lured in Miller and intentionally induced the mental disorder that is enthrallment into its staff, was the perfect place for her. The only issue was money. To Halford, securing the funds to buy the hospital proved to be the biggest hurdle. Luckily, this is where the hospital's financial documents I discovered under the logistics center came in handy. These papers lay bare the hospital's true financial situation, and leaking them to the public ought to cause a serious uproar. That uproar will be key in our next plan, carving a path towards the hospital's acquisition. However, before we can formally move with that acquisition plan, there is still one obstacle that must be dealt with. Uh-oh. I'm guessing this is this gonna be, I mean, it sounds like multiple things, really. You've got the reps and Akagi. After thoroughly investigating the hospital staff, I figured out a huge fact about Dr. Eagle, Nurse Jim, and fellow patient Santa Fe, with whom I share a hospital room. They were all undercover agents for the intelligence agencies of their respective countries. This discovery proves that several nations are already aware of the unusual events transpiring within Valley Hospital. To make matters worse, they still have a way to secretly contact the outside world. I need to eliminate these watchful eyes in a suitable way, or else our plan to build a haven for the Bloodkin will soon go up in smoke. This is basically what it's starting to sound like. We're fighting everybody for the Bloodkin. Blood for the Bloodkin. Fortunately, Miller has utterly fooled all three parties, including the hospital and the various intelligence agencies and previous experiments. As a matter of fact, if she wants to, she can seize complete control over the minds of those who have undergone enthrallment. Even Suzia, who has sworn loyalty to the hospital's puppet master, Inakagi. I don't think you need the end there. Would be powerless. Oh yeah, even Suzia would be powerless to resist Miller's commands and the deep-rooted influence of the enthrallment process, which is to say, she will be unable to influence the course of things. All that remains are those hidden intelligence agencies. To achieve our goal of hiding from the world, we must take covert measures. For instance, the pre-prepared reports detailing the death of the test subjects and the termination of further experiments. These documents will be the perfect ploy with which to fool everyone. Alrighty, how's this ending gonna go? Oh boy. The focus of the various intelligence agencies across the world has always been the Bloodkin experiments that Valley Hospital conducted in secret. One of the test subjects perished, and the experiments were declared terminated though. Then they would have no reason to keep an eye on the hospital. So I arranged it so that the undercover agents in the hospital would find the reports stating that Miller had expired, and the experiments would cease. Okay. This long mission had already worn away at their minds and bodies, so when faced with solid evidence like this, they would take it at face value with no questions asked. Before long, after hearing of the agents' findings, all the intelligence agencies declared an end to this investigation and withdrew all their units. But what about Voroshilov? Strem was there for Voroshilov, too. When I bid goodbye to the agents, all of them hugged me one by one. Perhaps someone among them had discovered the truth, but none of them said anything. Maybe they felt that the fact that things ended this way was for the best. Regardless, Halfred and I moved on with the key part of our plan, acquiring Valley Hospital. Under her direction, many prominent media organizations received internal documents detailing the hospital's true financial situations. Subsequently, all the world came to know about its dire economic difficulties, triggering the intervention of regulatory bodies. In the midst of public outcry, the head of the Tenku group, Akagi, declared Valley Hospital a liability and made the decision to abandon it. As the bell of liquidation sounded, the search for a buyer for this historic hospital began at a bargain rate. Halford, who'd bided her time for so long, finally made her move, and so this place became a haven existing only for the Bloodkin. We sleep in the shadow of the sun and dance in the blessing of the moonlight. The world shall be history, and this moment shall be eternal. Okay. So this last path is probably the correct one, where everyone loses except for Miller and you. Or everyone loses and the man becomes a harem master. Those are the two routes I can see at this point for Toward Tomorrow. We shall see how this one goes. Alrighty. The situation inside Valley. I feel like I should be reading this as like some kind of. It feels like some kind of like news. Well, no, it's a diary, honestly. But it sometimes feels like I should be reading it like a news anchor or whatever. Anyway, the situation inside Valley Hospital was far more complicated than I'd imagined. However, it was no mystery that the legendary detective couldn't solve. After uncovering layer after layer of a mystery concealing the hospital, I finally put a stop to the supernatural experiments that the hospital tried desperately to keep under wraps, and even found Miller, who had been trapped beneath the research center. As a Bloodkin hiding in plain sight in human society, Miller had been lured to Valley Hospital under the pretext of an investigation, only to be made into a test subject in their underground facilities. However, the hospital paid a grave price for their venture into the supernatural. Numerous nurses at the hospital had begun showing signs of a mental disorder known as enthrallment. Additionally, through interacting with Nurse Voroshilov, I deduced that she had fully changed sides in Miller's favor. Okay. For a supposed test subject, Miller exerted a tremendous influence on the hospital, far beyond what I anticipated. She had falsified some experiment data and changed their reports to say enthralled subjects cannot be controlled. However, one particular report I found under the inpatient building made me apprehensive. How much of her sanity does Miller, as a low-ranking Bloodkin, truly have left? If the unknown high-ranking Bloodkin can affect her mind, how much does said Bloodkin influence her decision-making? To resolve this question, I attempted to make direct contact with Miller via Voroshilov. During this process, one particular name came into view, Halford. Apparently Miller wants me to cooperate with the Bloodkin named Halford on matters relating to my own freedom. This supports a theory I've been working on, that in order to truly communicate with Miller, I need to cut off the mind control that the high-ranking Bloodkin has on her. Interesting. This rescue mission is going to be far more complicated than I'd imagined. This is really kind of goofy. I still have yet to find a way to block the mental influence that the high-ranking Bloodkin has on Miller. On the other hand, with the increasing frequency of governmental agencies taking action, her rescue is drawing nearer and nearer. What's bothersome is that the nurses who've undergone enthrallment are not, as Miller said, completely under her control. I found what that seems to be a communication badge belonging to the Tenko group under a cherry tree, as well as a huge credit card bills addressed to Suzuya in the mailbox at the main entrance. These are proof that Nurse Suzuya, at very least, maintains close contact with Akagi, the one secretly pulling the strings behind Valley Hospital. You need to use the Sea Dog voice from the. Wasn't that like the super southern voice? Isn't that what that one was? It don't exactly work out that well though. Plus, not like the commander's really like that southern or anything. It was raspy, I think.
Oh, so like this or something like that? The turning point came during my investigation into the actions of the secret agents. After some serious work, I figured out the secret to how the agents can safely sneak around the hospital. The special tranquilizer located in the underground medicine room beneath the medical center.
Like that, basically. Not quite. Raspy is kind of hard to do, though. Because it's like my voice has to... I have to, like, get my voice in that raspy kind of... Like this, kind of. It's not... It never feels good to do. Because it's like it's like the more I do it, the more I kind of want to, like, clear my throat and make it sound really... Ugh. Yeah, it kind of hurt. It doesn't really hurt, actually. It's more of just like, it kind of gives like this weird feeling. No, it's Descartes. Descartes is a very different one. I don't know why I have so many voices all of a sudden. Blue Archive has made me realize how many voices I have, apparently. That was actually good. I don't know what it sounds like because I can't hear my voice through. I can't hear my own voice through like my microphone. I mean, I could turn that on, but in all honesty, if you were to actually like feedback loop yourself, that actually messes with your ability to actually talk. Like, it is absurd. Like, I actually am curious. Can you guys? Let me see, hang on. Where is this? This one? Can you guys hear like a double voice or no? Actually curious. I don't think you would hear it. Maybe. No, okay, so you guys can't hear it. Yeah. Okay, so, here, let me, where is, okay, here we go. So, if I have this off right here, this is my actual mic feed, and this is how Voice Meter works. So, if I have A1 active, it feeds the mic feed straight into my headphones. So, if I turn off B1, for example, I don't actually know if you would hear me right now. No, you would, because I don't have that set up right for that. So, but yeah, like, this controls the outputs that it goes to, and then this controls the hearing devices that I'm using. So like, I have A1, 2, 3 here. So this is my headphones, the index that I still have from like 2020. All of those are gonna be basically what I can feed those into. So if I have this on right here, I can hear my voice. So I guess I can hear what I sound like, but I don't know if that's gonna do me well. I'm actually kind of surprised that I'm not like struggling to talk because of like the feedback loop of hearing myself through this. Because it's like the whole thing where it's like if you hear yourself, you're like struggling to like think out what you're saying because you're hearing your own voice through it at the same time. Yeah. That's like it's something so weird. I never understood it. But it is funny. It's like more of like just the case where it's like, I can't really hear what my voices sound like unless I like actually put them in audition. Maybe I'll do that one of these days, just see how goofy it is. I don't know. I should start my auditioning for voice act. No, I'm not gonna be that. It's probably more of a goofy video where I'm like, so apparently you all think I'm a voice actor. I don't know. Anyway, let's see here. Where are we at here? Unfortunately for her, a loyalty sustained by money is a fragile thing. Tapping into my savings from years of working as a detective, I managed to turn Suzia over to my side, thus completely eliminating all possibility that the Tenko group will interfere in the hospital's internal affairs from now on. This turning point came during my investigation into the actions of the secret agents. After some serious work, I've figured out the secret to how the agents can safely sneak around the hospital's special... Oh yeah, this is the tranquilizer. This tranquilizer can block out the influence of low-ranking Bloodkin have on low-level thralls, so maybe it can also cut off the influence of high-ranking Bloodkin. The situation's subsequent development confirmed my conjecture. After administering the special tranquilizer to Miller, she finally regained her own will. She confided to me her true wish, to leave this place, to be rid of the shadow of Halford, and to live freely together with me. Faced with her sincere desire, I made a promise to her that I would find a way to break this deadlock, whatever it took. So this is literally just that we're just getting out of here, we're leaving. Simply leaving the hospital with Miller isn't so difficult, but taking rash actions will inevitably invite government agents to pursue us. The question of a long-term, reliable method to free Miller from Halford's influence is truly a troublesome one. After looking into Eagle and Shem, I've confirmed that their loyalty to their respective governments, the Royal Navy and the Northern Parliament, was unwavering. Considering that Voroshilov has already drawn the suspicion of her government, the key to breaking this deadlock is Santa Fe, my hospital roommate. This agent of the Eagle Union and the enthralled nurse Washington are close friends. Additionally, from the information I gathered, I learned that in the event the government takes action, Washington will be taken into permanent government custody under the pretense of protection and treatment, an end that Santa Fe obviously doesn't wish for her. Therefore, I have the opportunity to win her support, and her good relationship with the other agents adds strong assurance to the success of my plan. After that, I used the gossip journal detailing the recuperation center's many secrets to successfully build mutual trust with Santa Fe. When I promised her Washington's future safety and freedom, she accepted my helping hand without any hesitation, and even gave me an unexpected gift, the formula the recipients used to make the special tranquilizer. Now it's time to work out the perfect escape plan. The gasoline stockpile in the underground parking lot will create a blaze to cover up the truth, and the forested path by the rear entrance will provide us with a shortcut to an escape route to the port in the north. A bold and elaborate plan is gradually taking shape in my mind. He is literally just going to cause things and get out. Lodging being taken anywhere by anyone who isn't the commander terrifies me. Oof. No, this is basically, excuse me, I'm taking my wife and leaving. That's exactly what it is. It's like, I'm gonna take my wife and leave now. You guys have fun. I would have actually laughed if there was like this mysterious fifth ending where it's just like, yes, we're going harem route now. Anyway, the ending as it so seems. Last but not least. And so the perfect escape plan that wagered my future with Miller began. Firstly, under Santa Fe's guidance, all the undercover agents in the hospital headed towards a small forest to dig up a certain bit of crucial evidence. Then, with the best seats to the show, they witnessed a spectacular explosion trilogy consisting of gas canisters, medical textiles, and oxygen tanks. The sky-high flames instantly engulfed the research center and the facilities underneath. Nurses Mogador, Franklin, Washington, Susie, and Voroshilov, who happened to be conducting supernatural research there, along with the test subject in Miller, all vanished in a sea of flames. Due to the hospital's remote location up in the mountain, by the time the firefighters arrived, they could do nothing but lament the sight of scorched ruins that remained. The following day, the news of the fire spread with shocking speed, and the massive media coverage shone a dazzling spotlight on the hospital, forcing all parties who were secretly involved to destroy the evidence overnight and leave in a hurry. While the world chewed on the gossip surrounding this strange conflagration, whatever. Miller and I, who had died in the fire, boarded a private yacht that had been long anchored at the port. Amidst the fresh sea breeze, I, the captain, pulled up the last gangway. The yacht set sail and headed for the private island in the distance, one I had bought while overseas. It had all the equipment we could need and was isolated from the world, making it the perfect place to spend our future life. The port shrank into a distant dot behind us. As we left behind the shadowy haze of the past, I saw Miller smile again. We broke free of the shackles of fate. Now it is time to sail into the beautiful tomorrow. So, what happened to the nurses? F? F? They're dead, Jim. F in the chat, boys. F in the chat or salute. Don't matter which one. F in the chat. Rest in peace, Franklin, Washington, Suzia, Mogador, and Voroshilov. They're not well done. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure they're well done. My wife is dead. Wait, which one was your wife? Just medium well. Yes. How do you like your Kanzen? How do you like your Kanzen? Do not go too far with that answer, guys. No, my wives. Regret. How does that go again? Hang on. I remember that meme. What was it again? It was just like, oh yes, yes. Ride wife, life good. Wife fight back, kill wife gone. Think about wife, regret. I could do that on... It's like the caveman voice too, wasn't it? Oh god, is that all there is to it? It's just ride wife, life good. Come on, they gotta have the full... Do they not have the full thing? No, it's just in videos. Man. Is it literally just that short sentence though? Oh yeah, no, that literally is it. That's literally it. It's just, ride wife, life good. Wife fight back, kill wife, wife gone. Think about wife, regret. That's literally it. At least Miller isn't that thick. Your monetization remains. Yeah, probably. So let's see, this one was this is the Akagi one, so this is probably ending 2. This is ending 3. And then this is ending 4. So this is probably the Miller skin, this is the Akagi skin, and then this is the Halford skin. And then these are probably the Enthralled Girls, which are probably the Yabe ones. Read the whole story in letters from... Do I need to do these? Because if I would imagine these are like the animated live 2Ds, which is a little concerning. All right, we're gonna do this one's. Let's do the Akagi one. Let's see what this one's about. Ah, you've come. Let us begin the feast. Oh yeah, so this is when we've partnered with Akagi here. This one's pretty tame. This was a really nice skin though. I just was not a huge fan of Akagi. Oh, the little Manju! Bring the flower. Allow me to congratulate you on becoming the board chairman of Valley Hospital. The bright, spacious hall is adorned with the striking decorations, shining with a gorgeous light. Akagi, who shares control of the hospital with me, leans graciously against the high backrest of her chair, exuding a leisurely yet refined aura. If I have one issue with this feast, it's that it's just a bit too quiet. Is it just us here? Why yes, of course it's just us. Are you saying that you wished someone else would have come? Akagi would be upset by this. Above her sweetly curved lips is a pair of eyes filled with unmistakable possessiveness. Now come to me, please. Let us drink the night away. Lifting one hand, she provocatively curls up a fair, supple finger, beckoning me. Spurred on, I take a seat right next to her, and she hands me her half-full glass of clear, high-quality drink. Clear, high-quality drink. Its texture is velvety, and its taste utterly delectable. Won't you have a little to start with? After all, it'll be a little while longer until before the dinner is ready. Poison. No, this is Akagi. If she's possessive, remember this. You guys know how she is. She's not necessarily yandere. She just wants to have you specifically. So if anything, there might be also Gome and Ibuki. Look, I would prefer Ibuki if I had the option, but Ibuki is not here. That's Taiho. She'd spike anyone's drink. No, I don't. So here's the thing, Akagi and Taiho are both very similar to each other. But what separates the two of them is that if both of them were to do the same thing, so if they spiked the drink, did whatever they were gonna do after that, you wake up the next day, you realized what happened, and you get mad at them. The difference between the two is how they're going to react to that. Taiho will probably start crying because you're mad at her. Akagi might be a little bit sad about it, but she's not going to be anywhere near as bad as Taiho. Because the two of them have a slight, they deviate a little bit right there, and that's really about it. Both of them can have their yandere tendencies, but it's the aftermath and like generally how they are outside of that. Like I said, like if we look at it too, Taiho is sadistic. You got it backwards. Akagi is sadistic, is more sadistic and controlling. Taiho is just overly possessive. She's like the overly possessive yandere, whereas Akagi is more aggressive. So Akagi will try to influence things to her way, whereas Taiho will try her best to do what she can to get you that way, to get you to like her a lot. Like look at it this way. In Taiho's memory, she feels like she's not adequate enough for doing the right things. Because like the very last chapter, you have to basically comfort her to tell her that you want her to be around. Then you get the whole phase where she like dashes forward, like kicks open the door and like tackles you. That's what separates her from Akagi there alone. Like Akagi wouldn't really do that as much. Maybe not necessarily because we haven't seen it. I mean, the last couple events with Akagi has been a very major character development for her. So maybe it changes a bit. But Taiho has that slight difference between Akagi in that sense that she's not someone that does something because she'll do it. She's not the ends justify the means girl. In a way, they're both yandere, but Taiho's sweeter. And that's, granted, now, I'm talking on like... How do I put it this way? It's not much of a difference. But it's because like they could still both be terrifying. But you can, in a way, and this sounds horrible to say it, you have a better chance of succeeding at emotionally manipulating Taiho than you do Akagi. If Akagi wants something, she'll do anything to get it. I mean, we already saw that with Amagi. She was willing to destroy the entire Sakura Empire just so Amagi was back. Taiho, on the other hand, wouldn't do that. So I guess where they split is one of them is more ends justify the means, the other one isn't. But they're both still very possessive and can be very yandere. So I think that's probably how I would really split the two. Does that feel like that makes sense, everybody? I'm not the best at explaining these because I don't really think about the differences between these two. You can even say the same thing about Rune to a degree, you know? Like, Rune is very similar to both of them as well, but she's more of like a bloodthirsty character. So they're all basically like different strands of the same kind of thing. Isn't Rune just straight up and say, yeah, but she can be a little possessive too of you. Because I think her oath line was something along the lines of, I need to pull it up because I currently have this open and I don't want to skip for this. Give me a second. This feels like a very casual stream for AL, which is like very abnormal for me because it's like I'm usually reading heavy into lore or focusing on the combat or whatever. Instead, it's just like we have Akagi just like her tales are probably mesmerizing somebody watching them right now. But yeah, she's basically like her oath line is basically it's like she loves you just as much, but she deeply hates everybody else. So it's basically, she may not necessarily, I think, is it Yangiri? Yangire? A German girl when you tell her that Poland is better. I don't know how that reaction goes. I don't have experience in that aspect of things. So yeah. I'm still sleep deprived even when my focus is back. Just stare at the tail, Zazie. Remember, touch fluffy tail. I don't know if you're that kind of. I don't know if you're like the mofu people. I'm actually curious. How many people are the mofu types? I know that's like an old meme that people used to say all the time. Touch fluffy tail. Even anime still has its moments with it, but not as many people. I don't feel like I've seen as much anime that focus on the mofu. And not related to romantic feelings. Well, she just, like, she literally just says, like, Commander, I love you as much as I deeply, deeply, deeply hate those girls. They will pay. Which almost kind of feels yangere. Like, literally, they will pay is in all caps. Depends on the mood, I guess. Never heard a never sticky thing. Look, Datlin, have you ever heard of I Can Fix Her? There's your counterpoint. There was always an equal and opposite sentence of similar. Anyway, let's get back to the let's get back to this before we keep going down this rabbit hole. Or foxhole, I guess. Without showing affection. Well, I guess when you think about hatred is affection in the other direction. So, maybe? I don't know. She does go very, like, she snaps pretty quickly. Oh god, Rune disappointed, I just looked at it. Chat, no. Stop with the foxhole stuff. Akagi's quantity of tails is not my taste. I'm more of a quality tails to Izuna's tail. I mean, isn't Izuna's just like a single tail? You want to go to Japan and go to a fox village? Oh, that would be kind of cool, maybe. Fair enough, fair enough. Anyway. We seem to be at a decision, chat. However, as we can see, it is slightly the illusion of choice. Single high quality tail. How would you know that Akagi's tails aren't high quality though? Is what like, how would you know that Akagi's tails aren't as good as Izuna's? This is the skip button. Except with nothing open arms, nothing gonna go wrong. Let's do it. I take the glass from her and drink along with the imprint of her lips, downing it all at once. How daring of you, my esteemed chairman. Uh-oh. You shouldn't be afraid to take a more direct approach to relieving boredom, right? This Manju's like, please, help. Ah! I just imagine, like, you guys know the Kirby falling into the pit meme? That was that Manju 3 seconds ago. But the quality of how her tail is drawn. Fair, I guess, but what if they do that with Akagi or some of the other characters at some point? Okay, that was cool. Well, like, their Light 2D game back then wasn't that bad. Like, this skin is great for Light 2D. It's nowhere near where it is today, but it was still really good for its time. Like, if there's one place that they do really good at, it's their Live 2D game. But that's kind of because they've gone all in on their skins. You got spiked. Yeah, probably. As soon as she finishes speaking, it feels like someone is touching my calf. Looking down, I see the red string wrapped around her ankle is brushing against my calf. Then, with a clear jingle from the accessory adorning her body, she stands up. She cuts the distance between us with easy steps, then bends forward before me and looks me right in the eyes. The many tails behind her quickly wrap around my body, pulling me closer without any regard for my consent. The subdued. Wow! There's gonna be someone that's just saying, it should have been me! aroma of the drink mingles with Akagi's own scent, and as her warm breath tickles my ear. Close your eyes and enjoy this feast for just you and I. And that's where it ends. You beat me to it! Ha! I win! You're right, it should have been me. And I'm jealous. But we accepted the glass, so is there any difference? Hang on, let's see this. Can I just skip to it? No, it doesn't. Okay. I want to see if there's anything different about that. It probably isn't any bit different at all. Let's see what happens. A separate roll. Let's see. I take the glass from her and sip from a spot her lips haven't touched, downing it all at once. My esteemed chairman, is there still something holding you back? You can't have any moderation tonight, for you see what comes next. Here he goes, here he goes. Ah! Okay, it's the same from there. So it just basically goes back along the line. I was gonna see if there's anything. I roll for evasion. Thrown back to the Pacific. Alright, so this should be the Halford ending. Whatever this is gonna be. Arriving at the agreed upon location, I push open the door. On the other side is a brightly lit room, adorably decorated with stuffed animals everywhere you look. The atmosphere is strikingly different from any other room in the hospital. Surrounded by plushies, the little rabbit looks at me with a satisfied smile. I feel like I need Fuka! Fuka! Because I know the Lamalan skin that's similar to this gets in trouble. I'm gonna play it a little safe here. I kinda have to. Anyway, right on time. No, stop with the lights. We need to pull up the video again. No, we don't. Promise is a promise. For a moment, Halford's expression is one of joy, but she quickly neutralizes her smile, leaving only the blush on her cheeks. I feel like this is I don't know what that. What was that animation supposed to be? Albacore's base appearance. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess. I think Albacore's base appearance is, I don't know. I'd have to compare it again. I'm pretty sure, because it's like, I know Lamalan's gets in trouble, so I imagine this one would be a similar boat. Isn't the Fuka just making this worse? Why would it make it worse? The one that she's literally like smooshing. Yeah, whatever this is supposed to be. It's like it's like a whatever. Anyway. Go on, take a seat. Doing as told, I sit down on the empty couch next to her. Imagination can go pretty well. Well, yes. The viewers are allowed to have their imagination. The YouTube bot that probably will strike me down at a minute's notice will look at the Fuka and say, okay, we're good. This is part of the reason why whenever I see any of the Cian's censored outfits, I just laugh at it, because it literally doesn't really change anything. At least I don't feel like it ever did. Anyway, doing as told, I sit down on the empty couch next to her. Remember when you censored Sirius's 3D dorm? Did I? I don't remember. It's been a while. Ahem. If you'd rather sit beside me, feel free to, Alfred glances at the couch I'm sitting on, hesitates for a moment, then shifts her gaze and changes the subject entirely. What I mean to say is, how do you like the party? In this attire to these stuffed animals, I have arranged it all for you. I thought you'd find it relaxing to be surrounded by such cute things. It is for me, at least. Look at how happy she is. Oh yeah, yo, I've seen that. That made that worse. The whole thing against blood is actually hilarious because, like, Danganronpa did it right by making it purple because at least you can say, oh, okay, that makes sense. If it was like the white color, it just makes that so much worse. Though sometimes I imagine it's pretty funny. Okay, apparently people want the handle. Fine, you get the handle. The handle needs to be refreshed. The handle has been refreshed. There you go. Are you happy, chat? Are you entertained, chat? Should have done what Subnautica did, made it green or something. The handle had a stroke. No, it's just occasionally the file fails to load properly, so I have to refresh the load. There. Alright, anyway. So I hope you'll be able to unwind in here. All this running around the hospital ever since we joined forces has been surely exhausting, no? Thanks for arranging a party just for me. I'm moved, truly. Why didn't you ask anyone for help? You've been just as busy as me. I couldn't, with peace of mind, entrust others with the task of organizing a party for you. Besides, if they knew about it, they'd gather here in droves, would they? Well, they did say the enthralled were... Yeah. Because if I remember this is the one where everyone just decided to just check out except for Halford and... Well... What happened to the enthralled, though? There was one meme about the red of blood being replaced by white. People fell for it. I know, but even, like... Even if it isn't true, it's still really funny. Because when you, like I said, when you consider some of the things that pass for C and censorship for Azur Lane, it makes me laugh because sometimes it doesn't change anything. It really doesn't. Now, with the blood being white instead of red, that could make things hilarious. And do the opposite of what they're probably wanting. But if it's fake, it's fake. But yeah, it is what it is. Anyway, then you wouldn't be able to relax. They just wear you out even more. Having said that, if it's a more lively atmosphere you want, I can summon some friends. The little tail on... Oh, okay. That has a mind of its own. Great. Everything I need right here. You, the bottom one says you being here is all I need. I know I've got it covered up by Fuka, but still. So. I'll just get this out of the way. Must have been a lot of work setting all this up. It was nothing. Need I remind you, I'm the Lord of the Bloodkin with eternal power. Fatigue is a foreign concept to me. You'd know no hardship either if you became a member of my clan. I give her a smile in lieu of an answer. But enough about that. Rest and recuperate now. I reply with a nod and then relax my shoulders and sink to the couch. Now that I can breathe easily, all the fatigue catches up to me all at once, making me sleepy. Are you going to have a nap? Yeah, I can get some shut-eye. That kind of feels sad. It's like there's this whole party for you, and then you just sit down on the couch and pass out. That just doesn't feel right. In that case, bashfully, she clings to her plushie, her cheeks turning red. Why don't you rest your head on my lap? It'll be more comfortable. Oh no. She finally musters the courage to beckon me closer. From that point on, her speech becomes more fluid. Since you've decided you're going to rest, you must aim for the best rest you can get, no? Now come. You'd be wise to accept this honor offered by the Lord of the Bloodkin. Here come the crying emojis. Here come the crying emojis. Followed by, I wish it was me! I know there's those people in chat. Where are they? I'm just kidding. Alright, now we can get rid of Fuka. Because I'm pretty sure... No, this one's Miller. But I think Miller's skin isn't that bad. Because this should be the one where she's like hanging from the ceiling or whatever it is. I only accept lap pillows from Musa. She even, I think, has a whole dialogue line for that, doesn't she? I arrive at the room Miller has been confined to and look around the area. Then suddenly, partner! A sweet bouncy voice rings out from overhead. I lift my gaze and there she is. Miller lands right in front of me, suspended upside down. Oof. Yeah, I was like, this skin isn't that bad. How'd you like the goats and... Oh yeah, I forgot she called... So, according to a few people, this is an Ian-ism. Which is just the greatest of all time. I'm sure everyone knows this, but still. I was told this was just an Ian-ism. Which apparently it was, yeah, Miller-sama, or the Great Miller. Miller's entry, huh? Pretty awesome, I dare say. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Her proud parade is rained on as the very next moment she starts spinning around in the air. Careful, here, take hold of my shoulder. The goat is used to... Oh, they really are using that word a lot. I must just want to say the Great Miller makes sense. Is used to this, I can handle it in my sleep. But if you insist, I suppose I'll oblige. She puts her squishy paws on my shoulder and manages to stabilize herself. Okay, now we need to get you out of those shackles. I scan the area, searching for a key or a tool that can break through the chains. After some time, I realize that Miller's gaze is completely fixated on my face. What? Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. She mutters a response, then, taking care not to cut me with her sharp claws, wraps her arms around my shoulder, giving me a gentle embrace. I just want to hug you. Cute. This is separating us silently vanishes in the sweet warmth. Then, there's a click. The shackles of her feet come undone. Are those claws real? Probably for the skin circumstances, yes. Because they literally just said like a couple minutes ago that she didn't want to like, to not cut me with her sharp claws. So probably, I guess, if she's treating them like that. I quickly catch her as she falls down, holding the little girl tightly in my arms. You already knew how to get it off. Yep, I just had to follow the chain to find it. Piece of cake when you're goated like me. Oh my goodness. Well, not exactly. Managed to open it right when you got here. Stuff like this is why we make a great team. Such a good team. Could have told me sooner. But that's lame. It'd be more majestic to descend from above. It makes you pay more attention to me too. She rubs her cheek against mine. It's soft and warm, although her fluffy hair tickles a little. Then, with the lightness of a feather, she gives me a small kiss. Alrighty then. Thanks for coming to save me, partner. That was a much shorter one than the others were, but then again, there was less live 2D stuff to it. It was literally just by its own. All the others, I think, were animated. Well, no, this one was Santa Fe's, which wasn't. So, alright, now we just have these. Which I'm scared. Should we prepare the Fuka? All right, we're gonna preempt. We're gonna preempt with the Fuka. We might need to make this a little bit larger to cover more space. We're gonna see how bad this gets. Let's go from. We're gonna go up, down, up there, up, down, up, down, up. So I don't know whose one this one is. We'll find out. Thud. The door to the sick room shuts, and then the footsteps that have been wandering in the area grow more distant. Those creepy nurses should be gone by now. As soon as I breathe a sigh of relief, the curtains around my bed are pulled aside with a hard tug. Oh gosh, here we go. This is probably Mogador. I have to be very cautious here, chat. Where is this going? Alright, I will shrink it a little bit because I don't think it needs that much, but we will do this. Yeah, very yup. Yeah, this is very yuppie. Oh boy. I feel like this dialogue is gonna make me all the more concerned. I mean, it's Mogador. Like I said, this is Mogador. I'm not surprised with any of this. Not to mention the dialogue is also gonna be yabe. Because it's Mogador. I honestly feel like I should just hit the skip button and leave. Yeah, she does have a memory. And I know a few people that are already interested in potentially doing that one. And I'm just sitting there just like, bonk. Might do that with Washington, to be honest. Yeah. The number of times that she kind of got. Well, we just need to. Which one is it that she has to be that literally would probably destroy her if they found out they were doing stuff like this? Was it Joffrey, right? I think it's Joffrey that would probably destroy Mogador. Or Joffrey? I don't know how to say her name. God, wrong game, but yes. I guess. Well, I don't know. I mean, I probably won't do anything. But the Mogador does not care. Yeah. Okay. I just sit here just like, I don't know if I want to be reading all of Mogador's lines. Because knowing Mogador, I'm going to be like, alrighty then. I'm not a person that's very comfortable reading this kind of dialogue, to be honest with you. I'm okay if it like is leading into it, but when it really starts going, which I know for Mogador it's going to, I am a little bit worried. Anyway, let's see how this just goes. Got you now, Commander. Caught off guard, I'm suddenly pushed flat onto the bed before I could even fight back. Mogador Sweetie face flushed and breathing heavily. Yeah, I expected that. I can't help but wonder, why would our dear patient hide in here all alone? If she moves beyond that. Oh, like if she does anything more than this pose? We'll see. Where's the kitchen gun? Her eyes are darting everywhere. Her body is hot to the touch, and she's surprisingly strong. One thing is clear: she's not thinking straight. I mean, they did literally say she was enthralled. If she moves, instant alt. No, it's just instant. Just hit this button. Something's wrong with her. I need to find an excuse. If I do the bottom one, that's game. If I do the top one, it's game over. The bottom one is I got lost. I feel like we're not winning either way here. Heart rate of ski con is going to 100. I mean, I wouldn't say 100 is really that high. Top one, no balls. Bruh. The way I mean, fine. We're not winning either way here because she's like, "Well, I'll help you," and then you're not winning either of these choices. The bottom one literally just says, "I got lost." The top one is, well, you could read that one. It's not gonna make a difference. Whatever. That's exactly what I thought. In that case, allow me to do the honors. Yeah. How do you expect to do that? There's no equipment here. Oh, you sweet summer child. I don't need equipment. I know the latest and greatest examination method that requires no tool. Yeah, I bet you do. She needs over. Prince cursing my neck. Bruh! Yappe! Yappe! We're done! I'm gonna stop ahead of time before YouTube decides to literally destroy me for that. Okay. Yeah. Let me make sure YouTube isn't mad at me right now. It doesn't appear to be. I think we're fine. I don't feel comfortable doing the rest of these at this point now. So, I think we just take it Holy. I don't know how they expect monetization for people to go when it comes to covering content on this, but oh gosh. You guys couldn't see what she was doing well, I mean, you probably could know what she was doing, because you probably have seen it. But oh gosh! The rest should be fine, I hope. No, I don't feel confident in that. I don't. I think we're just going to I'm playing it safe because I think YouTube is not going to be happy with that. I'm going to be real. I don't feel comfortable about that. Oh. Have their monetization outside of YouTube. Well, you have to wonder. Like, I get it that they might have this vision, and it probably is what pays their bills right now. But you have to wonder if they ever go too far when, you know, I think, didn't they have like a Twitter stream get taken down? And I think YouTube's gotten mad at them a couple of times. They had one time where I think they were showing a Dakimakura and they like panicked because they accidentally showed the wrong side. So I was just kind of like, They've also gotten 5 skins removed from the game. Yup. The wrong side. Well, yes, the wrong side for YouTube's arguments. A Dake what now? Dakimakura. That's basically a body pillow. Flipping off China might not be the best of idea. Well, I mean, if... I think I saw somewhere they were saying that, like, I think the revenue from China has gone... Like, the CN server has gone down, and Japan and EN has boosted a lot. So maybe that doesn't really matter. I don't know. Some power... I think that was some power plants on behalf. Some of those skins were tame. Yeah, I mean, 2 of them were. There was also ones that I looked at that was just like, I don't understand how these ones got hit, but this one didn't. JP and Ian can handle the loots. Well, yeah, but at the... So I don't really probably have... I don't think I've talked about this. I'm going to go ahead and click this. There's background music here. Ah, hi. Man, they really missed out on the alternate designs on Franklin. I really would have liked the other ones, honestly. This is also very loud. Give me a second here. So, like, with, what was I even gonna say here? Hang on. So, yeah. I think I've mentioned this before, but I definitely have talked with a lot more people. I think what's funny is, doing the constant memory project has had me to talk to a lot more people. This includes artists as well as other individuals and groups that you guys will find out later. I'm not going to say anything about them because their involvement will remain a question mark. But having talked to a lot more people around anything Azur Lane related, I have found another downside to the direction they're going, and it's that a lot of places really don't want to work with AL anymore because of the way their brand is right now. Everyone else mentioning the obvious. Yeah. I mean, she's not the only one, weirdly enough. So, rip dishwasher. Well, we'll never probably know the true reason behind Dishwasher's departure. I'm sure there was probably a lot of really stupid things, and people can speculate. And I do kind of feel bad because he is technically one of the artists that that the game has had. Losing one artist is kind of unfortunate because that means someone has to fill in the gap. And if he never makes any more skins for AL, then those characters are gonna have to get either done by somebody else. What do you mean she's not the only one? She's not the only one. I mean, there's Sheffield first and foremost. Dishwasher was probably because of all the hate he constantly got. Well, there's also, like, so there's one thing I've learned, and this is a really weird thing, but, well, kinda. It is kinda weird. If an artist is active, for like, let's say there's a character artist that's active, in the community itself. So they're making artwork for various characters. And somebody else, like, because I know Taiho's character artist is still very much drawing Taiho, right? So part of it I want to believe might be because the character artist for Taiho is still a very active contributor to their character artwork. Yet, in this case, Taiho Meta was done by Dishwasher, right? So that might have been a case where people were like, yeah, we don't want you doing that, and that's one thing I've definitely heard. So I kind of feel bad about it. So I do feel a little bit bad about like that whole concept, which is really sad, but it's getting harassed outright and getting threats every day. Well, yeah, like I think there's a lot of issues there, but it's not necessarily, I don't think it's his fault. I don't think he should have been through that. It kind of sucks, but there's not much they could have done, and that it really is kind of sad. But I think, you know, there's a lot of issues with, there's a lot of issues that we don't necessarily know for sure were the cause of it, and it makes me kind of sad. But it's still the case where it's like, you know. Anyway, talking with all these groups that I have for the Constant Memory project, it kind of showed me a lot more about the perception of Azur Lane from other companies' perspectives, other groups' perspectives, and I've realized that Ale is kind of shooting themselves in the foot. Granted, they're surviving, they're making their own money, you know, their skins are making bank, I'm uncertain, but it's one of those things where it's like, you're doing well, but at what cost? I'm thinking for collab-wise, they're not going to worry about that. I think they're okay. The anime industry has already been a very heavy fan service sector to begin with. So I don't think they have to worry about that. But there's a lot of other groups outside of that I feel like are not happy with the branding image behind AL, and that does hurt a lot. So that's one of those things I'm just kind of like, I think back to a lot of those interactions and the conversations I've had with those people, because you know, I'm part of Constant Memory's whole goal is to find people within the community that have played the game or done anything with it, and you know, work with them. You know, we had 4 artists last time, we have 6 artists this time. Some of them are okay, are all happy to jump on it and be a part of this project. Others were very hesitant. They didn't like the direction that the game was taking on, and they don't want to be affiliated or associated with Azur Lane anymore. It sucks. That's just the nature of the direction AL's going, which is sad, but what do you do? So it's a bit rough having those kind of conversations with them, but I understand their viewpoint on it, which is it is what it is. But yeah, like I said, AL's kind of shooting itself in the foot with the direction, because it makes it a lot harder to find other people that are willing to work on this kind of stuff. Yeah, one of them literally right in front of us right now. But yeah, I feel like AL is getting a little too close. Yeah, exactly. It's getting too close to the sun. And they may not feel it, but they are definitely getting burned. It is oddly similar to the issue with the WoWs. A few players want to distance themselves from the game because of the devs. Yeah. Always down for fan service, but fan service is best done in moderation. Well, it needs to be, so it's 2 things. Moderation, and it has to kind of make sense. The other problem too is you've got, what, 700 plus characters now? And, you know, if the only thing you're going to remember, like, some of these characters, they're in one event and they're done. There's probably never going to be... I'm trying to say here, who would be a good example of a character that appears once and then never appears again? What would be an SR equivalent of that? Key, maybe? Owari, maybe? But these are characters that have those, like, if they're only going to be known, like, the only way you're going to get familiar with the character is through their skins, and their skins are like these heavy fan servicey ones that kind of clash with their personality, it kind of sucks because it's gonna put an impression on the character that isn't technically the full picture, but it's because that's the skin direction they went with on the character that kind of makes it, that kind of negatively influences the character. They didn't listen to the player base at all. Oh, we're talking. This is WoW. We're talking. Roma, yeah. What? Roma may have a role still. Any of the SRs that take place. Oh yeah, so Duisburg or whatever, for example. I just want their base skin to be more tame. I think one thing they should really focus on is finding a way to make the characters more memorable rather than just using skins to do it. Because what's going to be unfortunate is almost every single character, like if a lot of the characters that came with this event, a lot of them had very fanservice-y skins. So it made it to where they're probably not going to be as remembered as much outside of the fanservice-y skins, which would probably make their actual, which it's going to hurt their personality, what people would view them as their personality, because they'd be like, oh, they were wearing that kind of like outfit or whatever. Then I think the one thing that they could have done better here is, and this is, it would have been probably tough. I'm not saying that they could have done that they should have done CGs for it at that point, but releasing a memory for almost every character that they do create, or at least the SRs and up, because there's a lot of games that do that. The only downside is AL releases so many characters on a new event. It's like 4 or 5, whereas like Blue Archive does 2 or 3. Arknights does 2 to 3, sometimes 4 if there's like a what do they call it? A welfare operator in the store for whatever reason. But it's like, it'd be nice if these characters were expanded upon instead of just simply being, here's new characters, here's that one skin that's a little over the top fan servicey, and then that's it. Top for the new character. Yeah, but I feel like the Manji talks don't go deep enough, you know what I mean? Like, that's what, like, if you look at the Momo talk concept, Momo talks, they're part, like, the Manji talk is part of the Momo talk, but the Momo talk also goes further with memory. So it's basically combined, like a Momo talk is the Manji talk plus the character memory. And I feel like that's what they should do at the minimum. Because that is something that would help them build those characters. Like I said, they don't have to do it for every single one of them. If they have to drop the elites for that, that's okay. But it's one of those things I want to see them build the characters up. Do you honestly think, Azur Lane would benefit from having a gacha system like GFL2, 1 character per month? If it means using the characters they have and building upon subplots with those characters, yes. But if it doesn't, then in all honesty, that could be an EOS kind of thing right there. Which is why I'd be scared which is why I'm kind of hesitant to really say yes to that. Most event characters will have memories, not that such. Yeah. They don't have it. I would love to see them have them though. Like it just kind of feels like they drop the character in for the event, and then they just the character's like entire impression and presence just drops off after the event is. Now URs don't, because they're special. Like there's been so many instances of Shimakaze having a presence in story. Shinano is a huge example of this. Musashi has been a huge example of this. New Jersey has had a good amount of presence in it. Kronstadt's had a few, so on and so forth. It gets that way. The game is too old now. It is. It is 7 years, almost going on 8 now. Yeah, almost going on 8. Most gacha games, I think, are what, 3 to 5 years lifetime? So AL is already doing good by those standards. And the other so you have 2 problems working against AL. it's that, one, it's old. Two, it's in the older generation where it's not the 3DS game that the 3DS environment that's been blowing up for gacha games lately. Yeah, you've got the Hoyoverse ones, you've got Wuthering Waves, you've got, I mean, Infield is going to be coming out in the near future. Azur Lane is a 3D game. I'm probably missing a good number of them that I haven't said because I don't know that many that are in the 3D space, but there's been all of these 3D games that have been starting to blow up. Girls Frontline too. Why did I forget that one? But yeah, you have like those games kicking off, and that's because they're like the next generation of gacha games, which is kind of both interesting and weird at the same time. But I don't mind it as much. But yeah. Hyper Meta, I think, is a very good character. I don't know how they would go about doing memories for metas. I would find that really cool because they could really build off of the character's traumas of their past and those memories, and then showing how you can, showing how the commander helps ease that pain or whatever they're going through. Like for the case of Hyper Meta, she lost her sisters. And the commander being there, or at least being with the commander in the sense where where Blucher and Eugen are both there, helps her kind of get over that. I would love to see that. Those are just some things that I would like to see them really venture into, but it also requires them to actually put that effort into it, which is what I'm concerned with. The issue I have is they're fully focused on really just money. I mean, granted, the game's old. They got to survive. They got to keep the coffers going while Azur Lane is still in production, at least for Manju. Yongshi, I don't know yet, but it is what it is. All right, see you, James. No problem. All right, see you, Super Spartan. Catch you around, man. But yeah, like that's just how it is. I'm wondering what AL's plan is when they run out of World War I, World War II era ships. They already added older ships, but well, they're not afraid to go into paper ships. And as much as I know that annoys a lot of the player base, it makes it possible for them to utilize faction stories. Now, granted, you could make the argument, well, just don't release any new ships and focus on the characters you have. Well, at that point, you're stepping on the entire, part of the reason for a gacha. Because a gacha's whole, one of the infamous things I think people already said is that characters are the main marketing material for a gacha game, and the game is merely a vessel for which the character is marketed. If you have no new characters coming out, you're kind of stepping on yourself there, or shooting yourself in the foot, so to speak. So it's it's that weird, it's a double-edged sword. You could focus on building up the characters, but without the gacha efforts, there's really, it's not as impactful, which I think hurts it a lot. Something tells me that the devs are not prioritizing money of the fan because it's starting to shrink. Well, it's I think that's part of it too, because the number of content creators that are active for AL is kind of shrinking. I mean, like I said, Space DGN has retired from AL for his own reasons. For those that don't know who that is, he's a lore master among the Spanish-speaking community. So, there's that, but it's yeah, I do think the player base is shrinking. Part of it, I think, is because of the direction they're going for this fan service. They're definitely losing a lot of people that really just don't. It's the restaurant it's the restaurant metaphor I made on the post I made on X. It's nice that all these people have options, but if there's nothing for me, why should I keep coming back? Yeah, I knew that guy. He was kind of controversial, though. Was he? I don't know. I don't know much about Space DGN. I knew he was he's rather big for his community, though. I don't know anything about any controversies or anything on him, though. So it's not and even then, it's not like I really care that much, I'm not a guy that's out there actively hunting down for gossip like Santa Fe or whatever. But yeah. You've got other games that are, Arc Knights I look at as getting what? Arc Knights is 5 years old now. arguably 6. It's doing relatively fine. They just released their newest chapter on CN, and that's blowing everybody's minds. I don't know how big their player base is, but it's had dramatically more success than AL has. So, imagine if AL game had like Armor Core. I have not actually played Armor Core. I've seen enough videos of it that it could be interesting, but honestly, if they did take AL into the 3D world, I think that would potentially help them out a lot. But yes, it suffered from the same problem that AL would. Because like even their skin production, like their skin development would be slowed down too because it's 3D models. That complained about it. Oh, well, I mean, that's the same, like, so there's a reason, so for me, there's a reason I don't participate in those contests, because I worry about that, because if I put a submission in and people see my name, I don't want people to just like, oh, well, I know him, boom. I don't want that. So that's the reason why I never participated in contests, except for a few back when I was like just starting. But I wanted to at least, I wanted to stay out of those for that reason alone. But yeah, anyway. Default skin looks good and not straight up. Sadly, I think that's the direction they're going, but there's not much we can do about it at this point. Yeah, I don't know how they would have to. I feel like if they go 3D, they're gonna have to follow something akin to what Kantai Collection has done with their arcade variants. Or at least what Crosswave was, what people were hoping Crosswave would do. But I don't know. That's hard to say. Anyway, congrats on making it to the end, Ace Detective. The ending where the Bloodkin's glory is restored was quite excellent. Speaking as the screenwriter, I'm very pleased that you all managed to perfectly replicate the story and setting I imagined. Commander, you worked hardest of all. Come out and accept your praise. As though that was the signal, an invisible curtain falls and all the actors who had left the scene returned one by one onto the stage. Been waiting for you, Commander. So how'd you like the goats acting? Oh my goodness. Pretty awesome, eh? And obviously I didn't train at all, except outside of the expected practice with the other actors. Yeah, I can vouch for her because I sure as heck didn't see her practicing how to use a sling in front of a mirror at 3 in the morning. Even though this was my first time doing an event like this, I can say it's got the same kind of thrill as a good adventure. It's a shame I never got to use my stuff though. Like my first aid kits, multi-tools, mountaineering ropes. Oh yeah, you like to climber. What you like to do adventure stuff, right? But they never saw any use as a good thing, honestly. Well, they would have been handy to have if we got shipwrecked while on the yacht. It's a pity that wasn't part of the script. I was gonna say, what about the yacht? The reason for that is because the voyage was immediately before the end. It's already over, bummer. I barely got to spend any time with the commander. Really? I'd say you got to spend plenty of time. You just don't get it. You don't understand. This is why Suzuya makes sense a little bit, to be honest with you. This is why Suzuya's skin I'm not actually upset about, because it fits her. Suzuya is like Mogador, but like a few steps down. Mogador is basically Suzuya on steroids. Like that's the better way I'd put that, I guess. Suzuya is tame. Still, she gets an amazing boost there. Oh, I mean, she's kind of, I don't know. She's right, agreed. Excuse me? I don't understand. But it was I who wrote the script. Yeah, people that complain about Suzuya and obviously never actually raised her affinity. Yeah, like, I think I have Suzuya at love, actually. I need to put Sakura Emperor CA on. Is she at love? Yeah, see, she's at love.
指揮官の視線はこんなにも。今ならうまく言えます。鈴谷、指揮官のことをお慕いして。やだ、なんかうずいちゃうじゃない。
Like, that's a love line. If you go to her crush line, you can feel the assertiveness.
鈴谷にその気があるの分かってますよ。指揮官はもう素直になって。なりなさいっての。
Like, you can see there's a bit of aggression in her voice there, and then the love line is like, well, you can see where she goes. So it's like Suzuya, it makes sense. Like, it's not out of place for her at all. It straight up is not. Now, obviously, Kumano, not at all that way. Very, very tame compared to Suzuya. But that is just, that's why I'm like okay with Suzuya's skin, at least. I don't see it. It's the same with Mogador. They both fit. They're both realistic. Or at least they're both, they make sense for the character, I'll put it that way. One's for like repulses, doesn't make sense. Washington, if they're gonna play to the story that she was enthralled, sure, but it's not, it's all a play, and I just don't feel I don't feel that one. That's probably one of the ones I don't feel. So that's kind of the hard part there. So throw her personality at the window. It kind of did, yeah. Because, like, there's the whole thing with North Carolina, right? Where it's like North Carolina is like trying to suggest to her all this stuff. I actually probably should read the lines on Washington's skin. It's just I don't want to look at it on stream. Mostly because I don't know how YouTube's going to feel about it. But it's like, you've got North Carolina that tries to like influence Washington. And I think there was even a few times where it's like, what is it? She's like, you should do this more often. And then Washington's like, absolutely not. Hell no. Like that kind of like outburst. So it would make you think she would never want to wear that. So like that's the Washington that I've like gotten to know. And yeah, she tries to be cute. She tries to get your attention. You know, there's definitely points where I think she's trying to be more appealing to the commander because of some of her lines, but it's still a case where I feel with that skin it just completely disregarded her character, and that is what worries me the most about a lot of the skin direction they're going with, where they just almost kind of in a way retcon the personality in favor of a rather bold skin, which is what worries me the most. Like, it's basically just, it's fan service that's not taking into regard to the character they're applying it to. So like, another person that I think this has applied to, that another person made a good point about this, was Shinano. She's definitely not a character that I would think would be that way, but here she is in all of those outfits. Like, that is definitely, like, the more I looked at some of the lines and, like, her original base art and how she is on the story, hers was probably one of the bigger personality breaks against her skin, against all the skin options. Now, I'm not saying they're bad skins. It's just, I worry that they're going to basically forget the characters that they have when they're making these skins, and they're just basically going to, you know, contradict themselves on it, which is what scares me. So, I don't know. That's my bigger concern when it comes to like the fan servicey side of things. Yeah, sure, there's some that go over the top. But if it's over the top and it's a character that makes sense, I'm not upset about it because it makes sense. If it's ones where it's like, it's not that over the top, but it's still something that clashes with the character, I don't want that. Isn't she like a dreamwalker? She kinda is. She's like, the best way I could describe her, have you watched like any of the Avengers movie? Do you know Doc Strange? I would probably look at her in a similar light. She has the ability to see things, well, when she had the power, she has the ability to see things from other realities, or maybe sometimes. Well, we don't necessarily know if it's in the future or if it's just or it's just really just other realities. She's able to see these, but the thing that makes her not Doctor Strange is that she doesn't necessarily have control of it, nor can she really tell what she's seeing or what caused what events happened to cause it. So that's kind of like Shinano's whole strength that she has to her advantage. To be fair, there is often some degree of break between characters and story and poor and voice lines. Well, you're not wrong at all, but at the same time, like, the Repulse one is the biggest, like, break on that. Because she's not at all this. Repulse meta, I could see this. But they don't do skins for Repulse meta. And knowing, like, having to deal with what I remember from her memory, she'd never do this either. She just straight up would not. Or at least, it would take a while. Oh, hi, C. But yeah, I think the bigger issue is they're just not paying attention to their characters, which is just, it's gonna bite them in the butt at some point when they do a rather popular character and completely ignore their personality. And then a bunch of people are like, wait, what? This isn't her. That's gonna be when that blows up in their face. But I feel like, I don't know. It's my biggest concern, especially being somebody that's so big in like story and lore at this point. It really kind of hurts to see that that's what they're doing with some of these characters, even if it is like the port version, because the memories do the same thing. I don't have the motivation to. It's kind of mid, honestly. Take on Repulse. Yeah. I mean, here's the Another great example. Another great example. Where did this come from? That one I don't understand at all. Like, how did they get there? What did they do? What'd they feed her? They upgraded the Bolines for some reason. It's April Fool's, it doesn't care. I'm gonna be a little bit mean. I say it does. I kinda say it does. And I know it's gonna be a point of contention, but it is a problem in its way too. I get it's an April Fool's joke, but it still is a part of the issue. But the younger sibling is the large. She has nothing. Where does she go from being like literally hipper to suddenly being like the average character in AL size? I don't want to give. Like, that's a bigger issue to me. Is like they're just ignoring their original proportions. Puberty is a wild, huh? This is where we're going with this. Okay, sure. If you want to say that. Alright. I know that I'm not gonna get any point here. Basically, we're just gonna have to agree to disagree. I'm gonna just look at that as a major negative. It's the same issue for me, with Repulse, with Washington, even to a degree, got a little bit larger too. Maybe she just aged up. Again, we're not gonna agree on this. I'm just gonna stop on that. We're not going to agree here. Because, like, ship girls don't age. They don't. Otherwise, we'd see, like, they'd clearly look older on their skins, and, like, Yudachi would be the same example of this. Like, you can't hit me with the puberty argument when it's only being used on that character. Yeah, Hood is less that they're ignoring... Hood's is less that they're ignoring the character's proportions, and it's more of they can't make up their minds. Okay, this one doesn't count. But like, it looks like they're more consistent. The skins are more consistent with the size, but it's like the base art here is all basically saying she's got something, whereas the base art says she doesn't. This one, you can't really say anything because the nature of the outfit, you know that their bind's there. It can't be that way. You know, you can't get on that one. Hood is kind of a case where they couldn't really make up their mind what they wanted to do. So, that's really all I could say to that one. But it's like, a lot of the other ones would be... I don't even think there's any in the rest of the Royal Navy that are like this. I don't think there's really there's not that many of these that are hit by it yet. Well, actually, Renowned kind of was, actually. Both Renowned and Repulse got hit by it. Like, Renowned and Repulse both got hit by it. Now, granted, I had nothing wrong with this skin. This one was fine. Because you could still see even here, like, in dialogue, she's still basically not comfortable with it. You think the Iron Blood? Neptunia girls, for example. Okay, fine. I'm just not happy with it. I'll leave it that way. I'm just not happy with that trend. Because it's like, I don't know. They did the same thing with the other two and they didn't experience it. But then again, those skins are older and they didn't really start this trend until like about a year and a half ago. So, that's basically what it was. If sizes were based on the caliber. No, I don't want to imagine that. I don't. We don't want to imagine that at all. But yeah, like, I don't know. I am kind of been very disappointed with where this has been going, and I know you guys have probably watched on meta streams when they're announcing new events how I've been kind of like, I wouldn't say disconnected, but there's definitely a lot less of a reason for me to be interested in like the skins as of late, and then like now I'm just kind of sitting here just like, the game for Ale is going in a direction that I don't really like. And I know that at this point the question's gonna be, then why are you still playing? And that's the uncomfortable question that I have to answer myself. And that's not something that I feel really happy about having to address. Loki forgot you're married. Oh yeah, to London. Look, she's a good girl though. And I know there's definitely a few others that feel that way, which makes me kind of sad, because it's like, it's the same thing. Is it the story hot? No, it's not the... Well, it's not the actual story's content. I think they're doing a good on a lot of the storyline itself. There's some things about it that are meh, but like for example with the Akagi meta event with Musashi CV, I honestly felt like there should have been way like everyone getting out scot-free, nobody died in it. I didn't like that. I kind of actually agreed with Tower when she was criticizing how everybody just got off free. I very much agreed with Tower on that. Let me rephrase that. Are you staying for the story? Somewhat, yeah. Kind of being the, like, there's not that many lore people for AL. Guardian E doesn't do lore. I know Hurricane Studios mostly focuses on the skin. Ruma focuses on fan fiction and the skins as well. Azumocap does stuff for 3D. So there's not really that many people for lore. So there is Full Flow, but I don't know how often he's wanting to make videos on this stuff. Because let's face it, like it is kind of a lot of work, especially for long videos like that. And having to keep it updated is definitely a task in itself. So Chemo and ALM more to compare to performance. Yeah, that is true. So, and that's what scares me the most is like I said, we lost Space DGN. You know, we've been slowly losing creators over time. I mean, the content creator showcase thing they did at the anniversary, there was like 2 creators on it. Everybody else was artists or VTubers. Now, VTubers, yeah, they cover the game, but they're not as in-depth as us. Maybe they'll stream it every now and then, but they've got other responsibilities, and that's not their fault. Like, I can't expect, I think Numi is one of them. I don't know. This just shows how little I know of VTubers. I know Numi is one of them. I think the Orca girl, whatever her name is another one. I think there's probably 2 or 3 more that I don't know their names to. But all of those VTubers have their other things that they do for their I don't know if they say channel. I think it's more their Twitch stream site that they do. They have other responsibilities. They're not dedicated creators. And I can't even really, you know, it makes me feel really nervous for AL because one of the things that I know is about a game survivability comes down to its community. And when you start losing content creators, there's a lot less spread. When there's less spread, Shy Lily, thank you everybody. When there's less spread for the game and reach, that hurts a lot. And I'm not saying that AL can't do it themselves. Kashino's tweet when she had the like instrument one, that got like 30 some million views on Twitter. They can do it, but that's the only, what scares me is that's the only direction that they're gonna have exposure, and that's what scares me the most, because I don't think people play AL for combat. I definitely know that most people don't play gacha games for story, otherwise the old Ian doesn't read wouldn't be a thing. So I get very nervous with this conversation, or like this topic, because it's like I don't know what to think about it. And it's like I don't want to give up on this game because I do have an attachment to it, but at the same time I have this like very, very concern, this heavy concern for the direction of this game and how it doesn't really, it's not a direction I want to go. So, like, that's kind of where I'm like at this point where I don't really know how to feel. I'm not trying to be mean to AL. I really am not. But I'm in this weird position that I don't know where to go. And I know there's a lot of people that feel this way, and there's a lot of others that, like, there's a lot of other people that I do know that have played this game and have stopped because either the game is just not entertaining, You know, they're not really there for the character, like the way the characters are going. There's so many different reasons why people have dropped it, and that's fine because the game's old. There's so many other games that it has to compete with now. But it makes me kind of sad, you know. That created some unintentional flack. The OC ganks. Oh yeah, that's kind of, yeah, that is unfortunate. Especially because it's like, I know both, was it Dojin God and OC? So it's like, I kind of felt bad when I heard about it, because I was like, I had to check in with like, I had to check in on Dojin on it, because I was like, wanted to make sure he was alright, because I knew this was like one of his friends. So, but yeah, like that's this, like, this is kind of where it's like, I'm very, I don't know what the right word is. I'm kind of conflicted. I do want to cover this game and still do things, but what's like, for example, I mean, I go back to the lucky bags that I used to buy almost every single event. All that, you know, I wasn't a whale, but I was a pretty up there dolphin. But that's because I liked this game. I supported it. And now it's like I barely can find a reason to give him $1. And that kind of stings being a creator too. So, like, I don't know. I've been very on the fence about it. I don't hate the game. I don't want to stop playing it, but at the same time, there's some things I'm just kind of looking at it like I don't know what to do. Real or G just plays BA kind? Oh, you're talking OC. I don't want to say anything that is not correct. So I would say I think Dojin has a video on it, and I don't want to take views away from that because at that point that's on him. He's got all the stuff that he has on it, so I don't want to say something that's not true. So, but yeah, it is kind of a little oof. But yeah, it just kind of, that's just kind of how I feel it lately. Is I'm not really sure how to feel about AL content, and it sucks because I've been with AL pretty much since this thing went into open beta, and that's kind of why I feel like I need to make the video that I'm got drafted, because one of the things I can give Azur Lane credit for is that a while ago, I bet you guys probably remember this, they were asking for feedback, and we gave them as much as we could on our end, and I'm sure I'm sure JP did it, and they took a lot of that in and they made it happen. One of the biggest ones is these XP books. They've made so many quality of life changes that are amazing. And it's because they listened to the feedback back then. So that's why I kind of feel like I should make that video and basically tell them that I'm not trying to like intentionally hurt the game or anything. I'm just trying to, you know, let them know that there's a lot of things I'd like to see them improve. And it's at that point I would see it more as a critique rather than as, you know, at me just trashing the game, because that's not how I want that to be. So you're going to continue playing AL? I want to. I will leave it at that. I want to be able to still make stuff for it. But if I keep feeling like the game isn't going in the direction that, you know, if I feel like there's a lot of things that start to annoy me or do things that don't make sense, then I don't know. And that's kind of what scares me the most, you know? So, I have a lot of attachment to the game, you know? 7 years. I've seen this thing go from being an absolute horrible UI mess to this refined and polished UI that it has now. I've seen them change so many aspects of the game. They've added subs, even if it wasn't the greatest. They added Operation Siren. They've added the private dormitories. They've added the Project Identity. They've done so many. They've second floor dorm. The cat lodge even. You know, I've seen pretty much everything from this game from its infancy. So it really kind of hurts to be in this situation where it's like I don't know what to do about it. So they added Bismarck. But yeah, you only have a finite amount of time to spin. I do. I know that. But that's what I'm like. You know, you don't want to give up on a game that you've enjoyed for as much as you have. And that is kind of how it is for a lot of the other games I've played, too. Like, Arknights is a game that I thoroughly enjoy. And, I mean, Blue Archive is not necessarily one that I've completely enjoy. I don't think the gameplay is really that exciting. Mostly because there's not much I can do manually, which I think kind of annoys me the most. But, its story is what keeps me there. And I think that's something that I thoroughly like about Blue Archive is that I'm actually there for its story. I'm not a hyper serious player in that game. And I can the only reason I've kind of switched into this mindset, I think, has been because of Enfield. So, doing all of that feedback for the alpha, for the beta of Enfield, has kind of helped me realize I need to look at the games I play and understand why I like them. And I'm a lot more critical. I've become a lot more critical thanks to those 2 times of being a tester and giving them as much feedback as I can. So, you don't really follow the story of Arknight, you just find ways to make mean teams. It's more, so, I actually do like the story of Arknights. I think Arknights has a lot of really good potential on its story, and I mean, I've already seen a lot of the spoilers of Chapter 15 recently. I'm not going to say anything about them, but there's already a lot of things I'm just like, whoa, that's huge. So I sit there and I actually do I like Arknights for its gameplay. Without a doubt. I don't think any of the other gacha games I've played come close to that. Girls Frontline has the potential. I want to see where it can go with it. It's not been out for longer than a year for us. I want to see where it goes. But Arknights has been around for 5 years, and I thoroughly enjoy every part of Arknights. Granted, there are some game modes that could be better, but, you know, we take what we can get. They've definitely improved after all of these years, and, you know, I think one of the things I did want to talk about for feedback on, for a critique on this game is innovation, and why I think Arknights' style of innovation is what a lot of games really should focus on. I'm not saying that they need to follow Arknights exactly and become a tower defense. No, that's a disservice to both games. It's more of the mindset behind the developers for Arknights that look at their game and think, what can we do to make this better? They have the spine to try things, even if it's horrible. I mean, all of us remember those that play Arknights. You remember the first release of SSS. Some of you probably hated Kyobe's Fungamist. And I know a lot of people hated the reclamation algorithm when it was the first rendition of it. I think most people still don't like it, but it's still, like, those, you know, they had rough starts, but they learned and they made the game all the better for what they did. I think IS, Integrated Strategies, the roguelike mode they have, has become an amazing, like, side game that you can play completely at your own leisure and be rewarded for it. You know? I think that's great. So, you know? Arknights has fun to pass stages and teams that works for me. A good story, poorly delivered, you said already. Yeah, I've said that plenty of times for Arknights. So having a game like Azur Lane where everything's post 1945 is decided, it's a wish come true. Yeah, like, I mean, Azur Lane has a lot of good potential. I think its storyline has a lot of good potential for it. I want to see how the sirens play out and how this whole thing with this X entity plays out as well. There's a lot of things about the story that I like. I mean, the biggest thing is, you know, everything isn't black and white. The sirens were originally antagonists, and now it looks like there's more to them than we think there is. Or than we originally thought. So it's like, that's a nice thing. I don't feel like they've done the multiverse storytelling concept poorly. There's sometimes I'm just kind of like, that could be better. But for the most part, I felt like they've done a pretty solid job with it. So there's some things I think they're doing right story-wise, and I think that leaves me wanting to read more on it. But at the same time, their decision making and like their direction they're going is kind of making me kind of like, why are you doing this? You know, and it kind of sucks. So not trying to like rant at AL or anything. I just you know, what's the infamous phrase? The things you like the most, or the things you love the most, are the things you're the most critical of. I think that fits here. I would have instant just have more puzzles, something like the opposite. Yeah, like I said, they've separated the story from the event stages. Get more creativity with the event stages. You know, I would love to see what they could do with that. And I think that's really, you know, that, like I said, I'm going to have basically 2 videos on this. One's probably the little harsh critique. The other one is going to be the okay, I've said all this, what would I want to do, or what do I think would be good? You know, even if they're not great solutions, I still want to at least say that I at least tried to help. I don't want people thinking that I just, you know, am trashing the game and don't want to play it anymore. That's not at all what I want that video to be. So, no way, we're on tangent. I ask you to play. Can you make a playlist for Frontline? Oh, have I not? I thought I did. I guess I haven't. I'll look into it when I can. So, I've been thinking about dropping AL, or at least reducing time just to do dailies and summoning and stop playing farming. Yeah, like that's what sucks too. Is like, I know there's a lot of people that feel that way too, and it sucks because, you know, I want Azur Lane to be more of a game that's front and center, not just like the one you click a button and then forget about it. Like, I think one of my biggest problems I've had recently is on this event specifically is I will hit this, click this, tell it to do 15 times, put it off to the side, and then 12 hours later, oh, Azur Lane's open. I hate that. I know that that's kind of how those games are. You know, you log in, you do your dailies, you sweep whatever you want, get your sanity reduced, and then you log off. Ale kind of doesn't do that because you kind of have to grind a lot more, and there's not, you know, there's no sweep for the game. You have to let it wait out, and then, you know, boom, it's done. Off the first CCC and IS is so hard. Yeah. Like, for Arknights, yeah, they struggled at the beginning when they were trying to innovate, but they figured out the right path, and they expanded upon that, and now they're having fun with it. I think they thoroughly enjoy making IS. I mean, if anything, I would say IS5 is amazing. There's some things that are annoying, but for the most part, I think it's hilarious. Like, if you want to just go complete total conquest, there is that one team, and then I think it's called the Dagger of Hate or something. It's the opposite one of Doodle of Hope. And then you just go full send on every node, turning it into emergency op, and then just fighting everything. Watching what they've done with IS over all of these years is one of the reasons why I would probably be a diehard supporter of Arknights. There are some things they've done wrong. Absolutely. I'm not blind to a game being somewhat bad on some things. But I think Arknights has done a lot of good things, and I think that helps, that gives me confidence in them as developers. And that's why I kind of look, Infield had a video that came out recently by, I think his name is Tolbaru. I agreed with a lot of his points. But at the same time, I think his problem is he doesn't trust the devs. And mine is that I have pretty good faith in what they've done. They'll make mistakes. I expect that. People do. But I have faith that the developers for Arknights, anything that they do, would probably do a pretty good job at it. So, but yeah. But yeah, like, this is where, like, and even then, like, it's not like Azur Lane hasn't got an avenue they could approach. I mean, I've talked about this with OpSci already. They need to... I need to do this. I have not touched this at all, because I've been kind of taking care of myself more outside of YouTube and work, getting myself into a routine. So, I have been doing a lot of hitting the gym and also a lot of cardio workout. So I haven't been having as much time on games as I would like. So I've gotten myself in a good pace now where I have a good schedule, good rhythm down. So I'm able to start saying, okay, now I can do this and figure out what I want to do. So, and that's why my Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule is the way it is now. Because I've basically figured out how to make that work around my current schedule. Like how I do things outside of YouTube and my own, day job. So, but yeah, I need to work on this because that's an oof for me. But I got a video I got to record after stream, and that'll be fun. And these other game mode. Well, like even then, I will be honest. This game mode, there is a solid framework here. You have all of these individual nodes. You have this entire world map that you can explore, or in that way interact with and move from. Let's say you're here, you can go here, or you can go here. You have this basic macro level framework that exists on top of your existing game. Expand upon this. Find a way to make it work. Like I said, take the war games concept I talked about, or make it some kind of attack defense situation where you have to basically fight for control against X, and each time you conquer a zone, you get event currency. And then you basically, every run is just instead of it being, instead of it being just one map, you're basically doing conquest on a whole map. And you win when you take the whole map, when you have complete control of the map. And you can expand upon that. Well, it doesn't have to be this huge map. Like, it could be just like, let's say that your theater is like just these spots. Like, if you win by taking control of this whole place. Like, there's things they can do with this with Operation Siren as its framework. Like, this map as its framework. I think there's so much they could do. And I would hope that they, realize the potential that this mode has given them and find ways to expand and tweak it. A roguelike could be interesting for it. I don't know about a roguelike. You'd have to figure out how to make it work. What I think they could do is they could change the way they do research with like I said, with how they handle research with data salvaging that they talked about in Guam's event, where let's say you're taken to a random place like this. You don't know where this is on the map, or even if this is even related to anything. You just know that somewhere within these, let's say, 8 tiles, there is a bit of research that credit you'll get. You just have to figure out where it is. Or maybe or another good example is put yourself in the Fritz Rime event, You now have a puzzle to solve. Can you get the good ending? And if you fail, it's okay. Try again. And they don't have to make these like super complex things. Skill issue. No, not skill issue. No, just literally like Fritz Rume's event. The entire story of it was the commander had to figure out how to save that group of ship girls. And he basically died in that story over and over and over again, facing that failure until he finally found the correct path. That would be such an amazing puzzle concept for them to use for AL. I would love to. They don't have to update it constantly. It's just something new that would be cool. Groundhog's Day. It can be a Groundhog's Day, but only until you find the correct solution that actually wins you the scenario. And the best part is, they don't have to introduce new characters for it. One of the bigger issues they have with the characters they have, they don't necessarily. They could use some of the characters that have existed. They could just make a scenario around, let's say, give me 8 characters that you haven't seen and that you would like to see in a story. They don't have to be super popular. They could be one. They could be like that one waifu you love, but will never get that much attention. So, like for me, Yamashiro. And let's just say her and those 7 other ships are put in this scenario, and you have to help figure out the solution you need to get out of it. Do not, for the love of God, make a Lost Woods puzzle. I would hope that's not what you're going for. But like, there's things in the story that they could try. And I think that would be cool. They could be like, hey, every month we'll release a new puzzle, or every 2 months we release a new puzzle that you can try on your own. If you could do it whenever you want, and it has a short story with it. They're always available, and they could be tiny little bits of lore that you can learn about. I don't think that would be a bad thing at all. They could do other things too. I think there's a lot of potential. It's just they gotta realize it. Maybe either that or they put dev time in it. I don't know if they don't have the dev time. I don't know what their current situation is like, but those are things that I would, like I said, I want to make a feedback video as well, and things that I would suggest to them. And that would be something I would talk about. It would also prove that the commander isn't some parent. He's actually a dedicated, but he really cares about the girls no matter what faction. Yeah, and it could even be like, and the best part too is, like I said, those scenarios for the Groundhog, or like the Groundhog Day scenario, you can also give like the characters that already exist screen time. You can let them control dialogue more. You know, kind of like how our collab characters, like the supporting Azur Lane cast on collabs, they're not always like super popular characters. I mean, yeah, you'll sometimes have them, like Burmington, for example, I think was on the Sinner and Kagura one. But like, I think there was one with Alfredo in it. There was, and like the treat, like Alfredo, I think, was that which one was that? Is that the Atelier Ryza one? It was where the airships, I think it was the airships concept. Yeah, the Ryza event, okay. So, like, it was where I think it was it Alfredo, Leonardo, and was that another Italian, or was it Bristol? Because I remember Bristol was in it somehow. Because I think Bristol was talking about, like, Cthulhu and stuff. I think Emmanuel was also a part of it, maybe. But like I was saying, like, you could have these lesser known ships be the main characters of those stories and give those characters life. They don't have to be like canonical stories. They don't have to be anything like that. They could just be a time where those characters have a spotlight. Even if it's for maybe an hour at most. Bristol always talks about yeah, she does. But that's what I mean. Is like there's so many ways they can do this. I think there's so much potential. They just have to realize it and harness it. I hope there's a big update coming in CN Anniversary. I hope so too. I would love to see what if they make something new. I want to see what they do. I don't want to give up on them yet. That's really the way I would look at it. Leave us together. But yeah, like anything like that, like any kind of story setting, and that gives like their writers can have fun with it. They can make it it could make it if they wanted to make it silly. They can. They can make it like some bizarre adventure that has some of the most meme-worthy characters. Could you imagine that? A cast of like 5 or 6 ship girls that you're stuck with in like a Groundhog Day scenario, but they're all like the super meme-worthy characters. Like, it doesn't have, like, they could have so much fun with a story like that, too. And so it's like you're going through the entire story, you're cracking up because it's these characters interacting with each other. But at the same time, it's a puzzle that you have to figure out. And they can keep the visual novel aspect that they've had in the past, where your decisions somewhat matter. Offside was that a little bit with Chapter 5. But they could play into that. And it's something that is canonically, it exists in their canon because they've been through it. I think that would be cool. So yeah. Formidable's Bizarre Adventures. That should be kind of funny. But yeah, I think that's possible. I think it would be possible. Or better, or you could even make it, you can make it all the more hilarious. Get a bunch of characters that are very meme-worthy, and it's purity with them. So you're going through the entire Groundhog Day scenario with purity. And the funny thing is, the other ship girls aren't aware what's going on, but purity is. Because of how the sirens work. And being purity, one of her lines could be, "Deja vu, I feel like I've been at this place before." Because she's not afraid to make references like that. That's what I mean. Like, could you imagine how much fun the writers could have with that? They could make it a serious story, like sub-story. They could make it a goofy one. They could make it the best, most hilarious, belly laugh giving story ever in the world. That's what I want to see him do. So yeah. I know I'm talking everybody's ears off about this kind of stuff, but like like I said, there's still so much potential this game has. I want them to see that. And maybe it's not worth the dev time. And if it's not, I don't know what else I can say. But it's not that I hate the game. I just want them to do what I feel like would be for the better of the game as well. Because the fan service route is only going to work with the current... Might draw in new people, but I feel like you're going to lose more people with a stale game than you are with skin purchases. Than you are going to gain with skin purchases. We could use our favorite pirate for that, though. Well, okay, let's look at that. Royal Fortune. That's a closed loop. She gives us the little, like, the little, like, compass thing. And then in another event, we give it to her. So we create a closed loop. You can have so much fun with that. But that's what I mean, is like there's so much. That's what I can only hope. They should leave Norton and romance. Wait, what? I mean, you kind of have that a little bit with the private dorm. I mean, Cirrus is adorable. You know what? Come here, Cirrus. We need to head pat the Cirrus. A closed loop. No, it is a closed loop. It is a bit of a closed loop. It's not, yeah, you circular logic, sure, you can do the chicken and the egg argument. Yeah, that makes sense. We need to go to the dining area. Click. Wait, how do you? Okay, click, interact. This. Here. And then you head pat the Cirrus. This is what we do. And then she might say, wait, is this not gonna... does it not do the interaction anymore? Hold up. She's not saying anything anymore. No! Oh, there it is. But yeah. Happy Cirrus is best Cirrus. Yeah, but this is kind of like where I do like this. I don't think it's a bad thing for them to do it all, but this isn't what I feel the game needs as much. Mostly because I know a lot of people aren't happy with it. I need to work with Noshiro and then eventually Anchorage, so that's a thing. But yeah, I do kind of feel like that's kind of why I feel like I need to do this video that badly. And I hope that it doesn't explode in a bad way. So it kind of breaks my phone. Yeah, the models seem very jank. They're pretty, like, they're pretty well built. Like, they're really nice looking. They put a serious amount of effort into them. Like, the serious one looks amazing. I haven't looked at Noshiro's at all yet. I just unlocked it. I think it froze. I think it broke. Guys, I think it broke. Oof. It really do that sometimes. But yeah, like, I don't think there's a... Oh my goodness, I forgot about the loading screen. Panic. But yeah, I think the models are pretty solid. I think there's a lot of good with this. And, you know, I have nothing against either of these two game modes. I just don't feel like it's the right direction for AL. Because this isn't really... It's not something that's going to draw a player here. If it was by itself and fully fleshed out, it'd be a nice spin-off game that people could play for a couple hours and then maybe revisit every now and then. Private Quarters will take a very long time for them to do because it's just the nature of anything with 3D modeling. So anyway, who leads at memory after a while? Well, thankfully there is a nice keybind that you have that basically clears that cache. So I run it if I'm doing like very long runs, if I know it's been on for a while, I'll instantly clear it, and that basically frees up that memory. It does a pretty good job because I've actually pulled up Task Manager a few times and looked at the memory allocation on it to make sure to see if it actually clears anything, and it does. I think AL is got a good at drawing new player, but kind of poor at keep. Yeah. That's its problem too. Is it's strong. It can be strong at bringing new players into it, and sometimes for not necessarily the best of reasons. But you can't just survive. A game doesn't survive on just bringing a lot of people in. It has to keep them. Live service model games need player retention to fully function, or to be able to survive, I guess is probably the proper terminology there. You need to have that retention. If you don't have retention, then it doesn't matter how many new players you bring in. If you're losing 50% of them every time, well, you have to either keep up with it or you start losing. So, so I don't have an in task on BlueStacks. Oh, maybe my PC is just strong enough to support it. I don't know. That's not your fault at all, though. I just, I put a lot of I invested into this PC. So, but yeah, like I said, I've got a bunch of ideas I'm running down. I don't think there's anything wrong there at all. And I will have that video out as soon as I can. I feel like I should have that one first before I work on any of the others, especially even if there's some that I owe you guys, like the Bismarck one. So, I don't know. I'll figure out the order for that. But yeah. Anyway, now that I've yapped for who knows how long, welcome back to another chill stream. Anyway, it has been. I do have to still work in the morning, so I do need to hop off here. But, like I said, for those... Oh, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and put this up here so you guys can see it. For those that have not seen it... Let me find it real quick before I forget. For those that have not seen it, one of the changes that I'm doing for my channel is I am starting to maintain a consistent schedule. So, I am going back to my roots and how I did scheduling and doing Monday, Wednesday, Friday. This is the bare minimum. So that I'm always going to try to have 3 streams, and it's always going to be Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Friday is going to be a game that's not any kind of gacha or anime one. And so I chose a game that I've wanted to play. I have it, and I have not been able to play it yet. So, it's going to be a fun one. Yeah, OSGO's Frontline 4 through 8. I can't really do that though, because it's already kind of out. So, oh yeah, you are very you are very far behind the XP. What are you doing, my man? But yeah, Wednesday is gonna be Arc Nights. I think the new event drops tomorrow, but I'm gonna stream it on Wednesday. Paper Mario. No, this is Switch. This is the Switch Paper Mario. And I've got a capture card and everything all set up for it. So I've already tested it. It's running fine. I may have to see if the delay that hits through the capture card is too much for me for like the guard and super guard. If it is, I'll just watch. I'll have to slightly adjust my layout for my things. But you have a Steam Deck? No. I have a Switch with an Elgato. I also use the Elgato for GameCube games, so I'm able to do a lot there. But yeah, Friday will be that series for a while until the game is over, and then once it's over, I'll replace it with something new. Monday and Wednesday, I don't have fully set in stone what I'm going to do there, and I may occasionally do like a Saturday or Sunday stream if I feel up for it. But my main goal is going to be maintain 3 streams a week and then also have some videos on the off time. Tuesday and Thursdays, I'll take advantage of those days for that. So, yeah, I know. Sad to see a reaction to Coffee Potato Face. There's still me hitting her head with mailing too. Oh, yeah, that event. Okay. But yeah, that's my main goal. This is just part of the stuff I want to do to kind of to bring more back to my channel, because I want to do some stuff. Here, part 2 is out. More mechty noises. I might do one over the weekend. I'll have to see what my schedule looks like. Otherwise, next week it might take one of either the Monday or Wednesday slot. Hopefully, life doesn't say no again. Well, here's the nice thing. They've slightly changed. So my work has slightly changed how much influence I have now. So if I need to do like a deploy or anything that's not an emergency, I have complete control of when we do it. So if, let's say they were thinking a Wednesday, I could say I would prefer it being on a Thursday. So that way I have control of when, if I have work obligations, I can do that on a Thursday. I can work around my own schedule for it specifically. So it's nice now. It's a nice little upgrade I got for the position I'm in now. So anyway, that is the goal. Now, granted, that doesn't stop emergencies from happening, and if I have to deal with those, and that's an emergency, I can't do anything about that. But I'll let you guys know if that happens. Other than that, I have more control, which is great. So, but yeah, that's going to be all for now, nonetheless. Sorry for yapping as much as I do about AL sometimes. I kind of feel like I'm in this situation where I've been a lot more yappy about it. But to be fair, I want this game to do well. I just don't like the direction it's going. And hopefully that doesn't mean anything beyond just simply making a video. So, anyway, I will see you guys again on Wednesday, stream-wise, for Arknights. Hopefully I can get Siege. I do like Siege, so I would like to get her. And then we'll do some good old classic map clearing if I can and not get annihilated. We'll see how that goes. There's a lot of mechanics to it. So I also want AL to stay cool. I think, yeah, I do too. Like, it's already won, if you think about it. There are, like, I think they've said the average is 3 to 5 years. AL is 7, going on 8 years old. It's already technically won the test of time there. Now, I would like to see it keep going, because I think, there's, FGO is like, over a decade old now, isn't it? There are some gotchas that are old. I think I need to skip Wednesday stream. Well, no worries. Like I said, there is an archive. It was a lot of yeah. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? The Udachi ones. Do you still play Conclave? No, I don't even remember my account anymore. I stopped playing Conclave around the time I started playing Azur Lane. Well, that's not true. I probably played it about a year before that. Up to a year before that. But yeah. I want to see AL turn 10 and add Yamato. I would like to as well. I would like them to also, like, for people who aren't necessarily as big into, like, the heavy fan service skins, give us something that we can work with that's not just, I don't want to have to wait for a battle pass for a night, for a really, really amazing looking skin. I'd like to be able to get something nice on the events. And if they did that, then, you know, I wouldn't mind grabbing gems and buying the skin, because I realize that's kind of what matters more. So hopefully they do take it, and, you know, I'm willing to have a discussion with the devs and the, you know, if Yostar reaches out about it, I'd be happy to have a conversation with them. You know, I'm pretty sure there'd be other creators that'd love to be a part of it as well. It's not like we haven't done that before. So, is it true that monster, are they... Oh, I don't know the whole story behind it. I don't want to say anything. I know Priestess and Calcid have done something. And, yeah, I'll leave it at that. I don't want to spoil anyone else in chat. It's tough to get into for Global Honey. It is. It really is. And that's Conclave's fault, though. They really locked themselves out of... Conclave really locked themselves out of, you know, a market that Azur Lane capitalized on. So, hindsight's 2020. That's all I can say. Creators want Conclave BJP. Then that's fine. Yeah, but if they have any regret, well, like I said, hindsight's 2020. AL kind of blew up because it occupied a space that Conclave decided not to pick up. Now, granted, I don't know if they regret it. If they don't, that's fine. But like I said, there was still that need for something in that kind of atmosphere to be more globally accessible, and Azur Lane filled that gap. That's why it grew as big as it is. So yeah, if they regret it, like I said, that's their decision they have to deal with. So, but yeah. Anyway, nothing happened. Didn't Conclave get in trouble with like user cuts? I don't have any answer on that, so I don't know. But yeah, that is gonna be all for tonight, though. Like I said, I do have plans for Wednesday, and I've got a video I need to edit for you guys the next couple days. I got another one I got to record after this as well, so this will be fun. But yeah, I will see all you guys in the near future. Hopefully the yapping wasn't too bad. So, anyway, thanks for watching, and I will see you guys, well, not necessarily all of you. I know some of you said you won't be able to make it, which is all right. I'll see some of you guys on Wednesday, and then hopefully I see a good number of you on Friday, because I love that game, and I can't wait to play it. I am excited to play Paper Mario. I have been looking forward to playing the Switch version. So, I am waiting for that. So, anyway, have a good night, morning, afternoon, wherever you are. And I will see you guys all again in the near future. Thanks again, guys. Appreciate it.